April Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board Meeting, which is being held virtually to ensure the safety of the public, staff members, and the BPDA board members during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications. At Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I will now begin the meeting by taking a roll call of the board members. Ms. Downs?
Present.
Mr. Monahan?
Present.
Dr. Landsmark?
Present.
Mr. Miller?
Present.
Okay, and I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, first item on the agenda. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of March 11th, 2021 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Okay, and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2 has been removed from the agenda. I'm now going to read item number 3 and 4 as they will have a joint presentation.
Madam Chair, Michelle still can't hear us. So
Okay.
can we skip to item number 6 while
Okay.
we continue to work on this?
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to skip over 3 through 5. Good luck, Michelle. Item number 6. Request authorization to enter into a license agreement with the City of Boston Public Facilities Commission for the use of Suite 304 at 22 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The City of Boston Public Facilities Department is located at 26 Court Street in Government Center. 26 Court Street is owned by the City of Boston and is undergoing building renovations, requiring the temporary relocation of some City of Boston departments. You may recall that the City of Boston Department of Neighborhood Development is temporarily operating out of the 9th floor, 12 Channel Street for that very same reason. Requesting authorization today to allow the Public Facilities Department to temporarily use a vacant suite on the 3rd floor of 22 Dry Dock Avenue, which is where our satellite location is for BPDA. BPDA will be issuing a request for proposals for the redevelopment of 22 Dry Dock later this month. As a result of the RFP, staff anticipates bringing a development proposal to the board for consideration within the next 2 years. For that reason, staff is reluctant to enter into any occupancy agreements with private sector entities for spaces in 22 Dry Dock. However, I'm pleased to request permission to help a sister city agency with their immediate space needs. The 3rd floor space is approximately 2,300 square feet and will house several Public Facilities Department employees, while most department staff will continue to work remotely. We're proposing a 1-year license with the Public Facilities Department with 6-month options as needed until 26 Court Street is completed or the redevelopment of 22 Dry Dock Avenue commences. Due to the public service nature of the use, no fee is proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Do we have any questions from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Item number 7, request authorization to terminate the lease agreement with Design Communications Limited for Suite 801 located at 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Design Communications, or DCL, has been a tenant in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for over 20 years. They're primarily located at 25 Dry Dock Avenue, now known as the Innovation and Design Building. DCL designs and manufactures quality high-end signage for multiple uses, including wayfinding, retail, corporate identity, national theme parks, and sports venues. In 2016, DCL's success led them to require a larger manufacturing facility than could be accommodated in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. While we worked with them as an agency for quite a while to help find a location within the city. We were unable to do that, and they subsequently purchased a 50,000 square foot facility in the suburbs. However, a Boston presence remained extremely important to their corporate identity. In 2017, BPDA entered into a lease with DCL for a 5,000 square foot space in 12 Channel Street. The space was unfinished and required investment before DCL could effectively utilize the suite for sales and marketing services. DCL has never occupied the space, however, has consistently made rental payments to BPDA since lease commenced in 2017. Earlier this year, citing a precipitous drop in revenue due to COVID cutbacks from their clients, DCL approached staff to discuss terminating their existing license, which is scheduled to expire in 2024. Through the BPDA-approved rent deferment application process, we were able to confirm a significant drop in revenue for DCL. Since 2017, DCL has paid to BPDA over $250,000 in rent, again, for space that they've never occupied. We're requesting that the director be authorized to terminate the balance of the lease with DCL. BPDA will retain the security deposit and forego legal rights to the rent owed through 2024. Which would be approximately $350,000. I am optimistic, however, that the space will not remain vacant for an extended period. Although anecdotal, I believe that the economic recovery is progressing. We currently have 3 existing 12 Channel Street tenants looking for additional space within the building. Maureen O'Flaherty is toward the building with 2 of the tenants, and I'll be meeting with the 3rd tomorrow. We've also recently extended proposals to 3 prospective new tenants, with a 4th touring the building next week. So I'm personally quite bullish that 12 Channel will approach 100% occupancy by the 3rd quarter of this year. In the meantime, I'm requesting that Design Communications be released from further obligations under their existing lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Do we have any questions from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Okay, and the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item number 8. Request authorization to enter into a memorandum of agreement with NStar Electrical Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, Parcel A Development Lessee LLC, and SCD Dry Dock Q1 LLC for the restoration. Yes.
Madam Chair, I have to recuse myself from this item.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Jacks. For the restoration of streetscape elements at the Dry Dock Avenue entrance of the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. My name is William Epperson. I'm the Deputy Director for Capital Construction within the Real Estate Department. I am before you today to request authorization to execute a memorandum of agreement with various parties for the restoration of roadway and streetscape elements at the Dry Dock Avenue entrance of the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. The Dry Dock Avenue entrance is situated between 2 active development sites that are each nearing completion. Skanska has developed a 215,000 square foot office building on parcel Q1 to the north, and Intercontinental has developed a 350,000 square foot hotel on parcel A to the south. In addition, this location is subject to a utility easement granted to Eversource for the installation of underground high voltage electric transmission lines. In 2018, Eversource excavated a portion of Dry Dock Avenue at this location, which included the removal of the median island in order to install electric distribution lines. At the completion of the work, it was requested of the BPDA to allow Eversource to perform a partial restoration of the roadway and to delay the restoration of the median island. This to accommodate work about to begin by Skanska and Intercontinental, whose developments each required excavation of the roadway at this location to install underground utility infrastructure serving their respective developments. With all of this work now complete, the roadway is due for permanent restoration, with all 3 parties having an obligation to restore. The ground leases with Skanska and Intercontinental, as well as the easement agreement with Eversource, each require permanent restoration to the satisfaction of the BPDA. And to coordinate the obligations of all 3 parties to restore Dry Dock Avenue and ensure our complete and permanent restoration to our satisfaction, the parties have negotiated a memorandum of agreement outlining the respective roles and responsibilities of the parties and detailing the restoration requirements of the agency. It is important to note, though, that the restoration of Dry Dock Avenue will be fully performed and funded by others. BPDA, as landlord and grantor of the utility easement, will be a party to the agreement as a means of approving the singular and collaborative restoration and providing final acceptance of the work. With that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, William.
Yes.
Do we have any questions from the board? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Perfect. We'll do a roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan,
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. We're now going to return back to agenda items number 3 and 4, which I will read them both, and they will be presented together. Item number 3, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for technical assistance program design in connection with the inclusive procurement. Item number 4, request authorization to amend a consulting services contract with Brown, Boards, and Coddington Incorporated, doing business as BBC Research and Consulting, to pay for all services related to the City of Boston's disparity study, increasing the contract amount not to exceed $45,621 and extending the termination date through August 2021. Michelle.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board. My name is Michelle Goldberg, and I am the Budget Director for the Boston Planning and Development Agency. I apologize, I'm not able to be on camera, but happy to join you for these 2 items. In 2019, the BPDA partnered with the Mayor's Office of Economic Development to apply for the Living Cities Accelerator on the Inclusive Procurement Accelerator program with Living Cities. Living Cities is a philanthropic organization supported by City Foundation, which convenes cities across the nation to accelerate work on specific topics. Our original plan with OED was to explore technology solutions to better manage subcontractors. While this is still a priority as we work through the lessons learned by other cities in the cohort and adjust to the requirements of the COVID-19 pandemic, we realized that focusing on the people trying to get the contracts and providing them with awareness and skills needed to bid and ultimately win and carry out the contract was our top priority. The BPDA and OED is seeking to unlock the incredible power of targeted technical assistance with this RFP. Small and underrepresented businesses face several barriers when contemplating whether to bid on a government contract opportunity. This RFP seeks to hire consultants to provide both OED and the BPDA with organizationally specific curriculum and consolidated content to quickly deploy technical assistance programs specifically focused on obtaining government contracts. This RFP will be funded with the $50,000 grant from Living City, as well as $50,000 from the BPDA operating budget for a total of $100,000. So that's item 1, our request to advertise. We are also seeking, as you mentioned, an amendment to our contract with BBC. As many people know, in 2018, the former Mayor Walsh commissioned a citywide disparity study focused specifically on procurement and contracts awarded by city departments and quasi-entities, including the BPDA. It was a 2-phase study that began with a review of city data. The BPDA was part of phase 2. So our contract with BBC began in January 2020. Certain aspects of our governance is quite different from the city, which is taking time to work through with BBC. We want to ensure that the resulting study reflects the fact that the BRA and the EDIC still exist as legal entities, even though we operate as the BPDA. We are also adding narrative to the study to ensure that our relationship with the city is clear. We must ensure that the measures we put in place can be sustained by the separate entities as well as the BPDA as a whole. Therefore, I'm seeking this amendment to the contract with BBC to provide us the additional time to discuss and work through this data. With that, happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Michelle. Do we have any questions from the board?
Will the timing of the release of these results be consistent with the timing of the release of the results on the city side of this study?
Sure. So I believe that the city has released their initial findings. We've been in close contact with both Water and Sewer and the Housing Authority. They too were part of phase 2. So it is kind of by project design, I guess, that we are coming a little bit later. And so our hope is to bring our plan and have the document ready for release by the May board. And that will then hopefully tee right into our budget presentation that we'll be bringing in June, which will include a lot of the initiatives and protocols necessary to support the plan. So that's our timeline right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Michelle, do you have any data specifically about the BPDA and our procurement history? I know Mayor Walsh released the city's overall procurement rate with women and minority-owned businesses. Do we have our own rate data?
So we're compiling that data, and for the purposes of a disparity study, it's it really is a legal tool. And so we've spent a bit of time really contemplating and thinking about can the BRA act on EDIC data? Can the EDIC act on BRA data? How do these two things interact when it comes to the measures that we might put in place? So for the purposes of the public, we need to be able to operate and look at these numbers and express them as the BPDA. So what we're working through is getting them to literally break down further and we'll have specific BRA data, specific EDIC data. There's minor differences between them when you start to look at that level. I think, our EDIC projects are always going to have more of a marine component than a BRA project, for example. But I think what's important for us to keep in mind is if we start to break it down into smaller groups, there comes a point where it will get statistically insignificant. We as the BPDA, 80% of our expenditures are salaries and benefits. And so relative to the city's spend, I still can't think of the word where it's like, there's a small enough bucket where you can't really break it down any smaller than that. And so of all the other organizations involved, our total number is fairly small compared to the city. Nonetheless, there's a lot of wonderful things that we have planned to make our projects more attractive and a better place to do business. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. I look forward to hearing the results.
Great. Any further questions from the board? Well, thank you, Michelle. I know this is a very, detailed and complicated task. So I really appreciate all the work you guys are doing to, ensure that, these programs can last in perpetuity and, we don't have any legal challenges there. So thank you. So there are no further questions. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. That was for the, So that was for item number 3. Teresa, should I do that again? Oh, Secretary Williams.
I would, just to be clear.
Okay. I'm going to read because we did 2 agenda items with 1 presentation, I'm going to reread the agenda item number 3 that we will vote on first, and then we'll take the 4th vote. So this is a vote for agenda item number 3, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for technical assistance program design in connection with the inclusive procurement. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Agenda item number 4, request authorization to amend a consulting services contract with Brown Boards and Coddington Incorporated, doing business as BBC Research and Consulting, to pay for all services related to the City of Boston's disparity study, increasing the contract amount not to exceed $45,621 and extending the termination date through August 21st. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, thank you for your patience with that. Agenda item number 4, the fiscal year 2021 Q3 informational budget update. Michelle.
Hello, everybody. Again, still Michelle Goldberg, Budget Director of BPDA. This will not require a vote, but I do have our third quarter update for you. Finance had submitted the Q2 report to the board in writing, so most of this is old news, but for those who are just tuning in, fiscal year 2021 started on June 30, 2020. Traditionally, I start with our operating budget and then look at capital. Tonight, I would actually like to start with capital construction, and then I'll talk about revenue and finish up with expenses. Can we go to the first slide? Last spring, we were just processing the initial impact of the pandemic and what it meant to the BPDA. At the same time, there was a construction moratorium, placing great uncertainty on how exactly our plan would go. I am sure you all recall that the BPDA has rapidly deteriorating assets. In 2017, an assessment was done, and we have been working with a number of roughly $200 million of infrastructure needs. Staff in real estate, the director's office, and finance have accelerated our efforts to better understand our infrastructure needs and better track construction projects over time. My hope is that in the future presentations that we have, we will be able to provide reports that are a little bit more informative than what you see tonight. But we have been looking at budget to actual variances for capital expenditures for the past several years. The trends are showing that our larger projects like South Jetty and Building 108 are taking roughly 2 years from the time that we request the budget for projects to actually start to incur expenses. So if you look at the way we've set the table up here, you can see, for example, the EDIC new projects. We haven't really been able to start those yet. And you can see in FY20, we had budgeted $9.2 million for EDIC ongoing projects and only spent about 4.3 of that. We had to roll forward most of that unspent budget to the 6.5 million. We've still only spent 1.9 against that. So it's clear that it's taking us a little bit longer to get through our projects. When they're larger, the smaller ones tend to roll a little bit better. So this is unsustainable. We'll never catch up with our infrastructure needs at this rate. Our insurance premiums are starting to go up pretty significantly in FY22 as the risk associated with climate change is making us less desirable to insurers. We cannot afford to do change orders to get out of this. We have rapidly deteriorating structures like wharfs, docks, and seawalls. But there's good news. Boston's local economy was strong enough to withstand the pressure of the pandemic. The BPDA's careful stewardship has established several funds to help us directly direct one-time items that come in through revenue directly towards those needs. Can we skip to the next slide? We've got some revenue highlights here. So this is where our operating budget comes in. For the areas the BPDA staff had deep insight, our operating budget projections were right on target. Our estimates for leaseholders needing deferments hold steady. My next slide will show how parking remains at a stable trend at a lower level than previous years. What we did not anticipate was that certain transactions would happen in the marketplace that would result in multiple one-time items being realized. Majority of those revenues came in the first 2 quarters. For example, the BRA receiving the Castle Square revenue results in EDIC not needing to send a intercompany grant to the BRA. And so we are projecting a strong performance, and everything that's going to fall to the bottom line would go straight into those reserves. Let's, if we could take a quick peek at the next slide, just to illustrate what's going on with parking. So this is our most vulnerable revenue stream. So you can see the gray boxes in the back reflect what our actual collections were in FY20. The green dotted line was the projections that our outside parking managers, ABM, were carrying early in the spring last year. As you can see, we took a more conservative approach, didn't focus too much on seasonality, and just drew a hard line and hoped for the best. As you can see, our performance has kind of hovered around that projection, but demonstrated the same sort of seasonality that we would see in a normal year. And so this is helping us feel comfortable looking at how to project from a seasonal point of view next year. And so we're thinking, we'll realize increases in the peaks of the years and maybe continue to have lower slow seasons in April and May, but we'll see what those numbers come in. So if we can go to the last slide, I think this is our overall summary of the traditional table that folks are used to seeing. And again, as you can see, the intercompany grant is not being processed in the contractual services line or the grants line. And as we are finally able to break ground with Building 108, we'll start to see those costs come in next year. So as we assemble the FY22 budget, we are more informed and have properly funded, have the proper funding to address what is now estimated to be a $450 million needs in infrastructure investments. We have the funds to get started, and we'll be seeking additional staff in order to get the projects moving. So when it comes to FY21 Q3, we have made our projections for the end of the year and are getting ready to move forward. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Do we have questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question, Michelle. Can you talk a little bit more about how we're going to speed up our infrastructure improvements?
Sure. So let's see, where to begin. We have a fantastic staff that has pulled together with the help of our, oh gosh, Megan, your title is Strategic Advisor for Operations, I believe. She's fantastic, and she's been helping us adapt new technologies. So we have a capital needs database, a procurement database, and a contracts database where legal, finance, the director's office, and real estate have been spending lots of hours figuring out every attribute, every possible data point that we could string between the whole life cycle of these projects. And what we've been able to do is get a little bit deeper into the pipeline. And so in the past, where we might have come to the board with a request to advertise for a document or an RFP or an IFB that hadn't been prepared yet, we are now in a place where we don't come to ask for the board for a request to advertise a bid or an RFP until that document's in substantially final form. And so our hope is that with a few more hands and the ability to make decisions earlier in the process, we can move things along. At the end of the day, when it comes to construction, one of the biggest time constraints are things around permits and outside organizations that we don't always have control over. Bid protests and those types of things add time. So to a certain extent, it's not necessarily a bad thing that a project might take 2 years from a budget request to shovels in the ground. We just want to make sure we understand that. And if that's the case, then we need more project managers to get more projects going concurrently so that we can start to get the economic activity going. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, and is the doubling, yes, thank you. And is the doubling in the cost of the outstanding capital improvements from 200 million to 450 million, is that due to just rising costs? Or
sure. So
added more content?
William, I don't know if you're still available.
I can take that,
Devin.
Michelle.
Do you want to? Sure, I'm happy. Yeah.
And William's here too. William, feel free to jump in. No, it is not largely due to rising costs is due to a more comprehensive understanding of our overall project need. So one thing Michelle, William, and members of the teams are doing have been conducting a more thorough capital needs assessment. The largest cost driver there is the inclusion of climate resiliency expenses in both the Marine Park and Long Wharf. Those two properties have an anticipated $150 million capital need for flood mitigation efforts. Our hope is that not all of that funding would need to be borne entirely by the BPDA's capital budget, but we'd actually be able to defer some of those costs to our tenants through the climate resiliency language we've negotiated into our recent leases and refund some of those costs. We also look at other outside sources of funds, but certainly costs grow both because the actual expense of the project becomes more expensive because the deferred maintenance becomes more expensive, but obviously construction costs increase as well. So I think the data that Michelle's presenting just highlights the need for increased capital spend. And I want to congratulate William and the team on we've already accelerated the pace of capital project initiation over the course of the past year. That hasn't quite led to spending because of what Michelle mentioned. It takes some time to actually expend the dollars, but that the increased pace of contracting plus added staff should help.
What kind of time frame are we looking at for catching up on this work? Is it 20 years or 30 years or?
I think it's shorter term than that. But William, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, one of the benefits that we have is we're in that $300 million plus $150 million number, totaling $450 million. A good portion of that is work that we need to be aware of that needs to take place in the next 10 to 20 years, right? Specifically the climate resiliency. About $100 million of that number is specific to the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, and that's money that we anticipate needing to spend in the next decade. So it's not money we have to spend tomorrow, it's money we need to spend in the next 10 years. And you will see in the next fiscal year budget proposal, when that gets submitted later this year, we are positioning ourselves to actually better inform of those climate resiliency responses that we need to make. We are putting forth some planning studies, which will make us better positioned to seek outside funding, as Devin mentioned. Specifically, there are federal funding opportunities that are making themselves available that we will not be able to respond to if we aren't better informed with more thorough designs. The last thing I wanted to point out, the previously known $200 million, that was a little bit of an old estimate. And as Devin said, not only has the infrastructure continued to deteriorate, creating a further cost escalation, but just the nature of construction cost increases in the last 5 years since those numbers were most recently updated have caused them to jump from the 200 million to the 300 million. Last thing, Ms. Downs, if I may, as Devin mentioned, in FY21, we have doubled the project initiation rate over the past few fiscal years. So we're hopeful that as we get another year down the road, we will start to see the expenditure rate, the money being spent, as well as the actual improvement rate of the projects being completed. We should be able to see that increase as well to reflect our additional work.
Great, thank you. Well, it's always good to know what the challenges are so we can address them in the best way possible. I have one other question, which is, do we build into that budget the likelihood of climate events that will, let's say we do a bunch of repairs, we have to anticipate that there are going to be climate events that damage the repairs we do. Is that built into the budget, or do we wait until those happen to build them into the budget?
I don't know exactly who would like to field that, but I will say we are including in our upcoming fiscal year capital budget just that, an unknown factor, if you will. We know something's going to happen. We don't know exactly what it is. So we want to be positioned both financially, but also take staff resources into account and make sure that we're positioned to respond to that. And then it's also important to stress, you have not only repairs, but you actually have improvements that are necessary, right, to make us more adapted to the climate challenges that are going to present ourselves. So that's the importance, I feel, of having these feasibility studies done so that we can be better informed as to the specific parts of our infrastructure that are going to be impacted by these new greater storm events.
Great. Thank you all for this presentation.
Great. I have a couple of more comments or requests for the future. I will say that that jump is a lot to process, I think, in one sitting. And again, I want to recognize that we are getting better, and I know how difficult it is to string together all of those pieces of data, to turn it into information for decision making. So, congrats and kudos on that. It's a lot of work, but thank you. So thank you for doing that. I would like to get at some point in the future, whether it's a future, budget or something else, just a general kind of just a waterfall type just to understand that delta between that kind of original estimates, knowing full well that was unlimited data, right? But kind of this chunk, the stacked bar waterfall thing, of what those, what those contributing factors are, how much was construction costs, how much is further deterioration, so on and so forth. And then I think we'd really like to see once we've got that kind of behind us, okay, a deeper level on that, 450 or 300, wherever that number is, on, okay, what types, right? Let's get into the categories, right? Our plans. I think, again, we're, the data may be scary, but we're definitely better for knowing it and being able to plan for it and think creatively around these things as we are, looking at projects, right? And looking at things to see okay, is there a way that we can, use some of that, those opportunities to also be doing this work to relieve some of the, the onus on us, right? To have to come up with all of that capital, because it's, it's coming. So yeah, so I guess that's just kind of the request. Again, really, also congratulations on some stellar expense forecasting, being so right on with that. That really helps us, right, to be able to plan for these uncertainties, these very large uncertainties. So so great job on that as well. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. Anybody have any other questions? Okay, well, that doesn't need a vote. So thank you so much to Michelle, through you to the team, and William and Devin for helping and answering our questions. So. All right, so let's move on to agenda item number 9. Request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for mobility improvements and streetscape reconstruction to Northern Avenue located within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the board. We're requesting authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 3039M, to procure a heavy civil general contractor for the Northern Avenue Mobility Improvements Project within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. This matter was last before you in November of 2019 for authorization to enter into an engineering contract with STV, the design engineer for this project. As you may recall, Northern Avenue is being redesigned to introduce sustainable modes of transportation and better accommodate the stakeholders within the marine park. The work includes reconstructing the sidewalks along Northern Avenue to integrate sidewalk level bicycle lanes with accessible ramps, walkways, and bus stops. The bid package has been prepared by the civil engineering firm STV, will be advertised following the Commonwealth's requirements under Chapter 3039M, which govern procurement for public works construction. The opportunity will also be posted on the BPDA website, bulletin boards, the Boston Herald, the state's Combine system, marketed with MBE and WBE firms, and various online trade publications. The construction contract will ultimately be awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder after being brought back to the board for approval. The work is estimated at around $2 million. It is included in the fiscal year 21 capital budget, and we anticipate returning to the board with a recommendation for award early this summer. So therefore, we're requesting the clerk be authorized to advertise and issue the invitation for bids from qualified heavy civil contractors for the project. Thanks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Item number 10, request authorization to enter into a lease agreement with Pitney Bowes Incorporated for a mail stamping machine located at 43 Hawkins Street for 60 months. Peter.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Executive Director Golden, Executive Secretary Polhinas, I'm requesting that we approval for entering into a 60-month agreement with Pitney Bowes for use of the postage stamp machine located at 43 Hawkins Street, not to exceed $27,062 for 3 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy stamping. All right, personnel, David.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary. There are several items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda. There is one appointment, Brittany Comack, Assistant Director of Communications in the Communications Office with the start date of May 3rd. There is one employment service contract, Andre Aquino in the Office of Workforce Development with an amendment effective date of April 19th. There are 4 status changes. Veranda Niederhofer, Grants Manager, Piocean Jin, 3D Data Analyst, Colin Monahan, a Lease Contract Administration Specialist, and Jeffrey Thomas, Assistant to the Director of Planning, all with effective dates of April 19th. And there are 2 policy updates with the details in your board memos, an amendment to the vacation leave policy effective April 15th, and an amendment to the paid parental leave policy effective May 1st. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, sorry, we also have 2 departures. Adam Dombavari, Records Manager in Compliance effective March 22nd, and Azan Reed, Case Manager in the Office of Workforce Development effective April 15th.
Thank you, David. Do we have any questions from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And that concludes our EDIC portion of this meeting. So I need a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. So, thank you for joining the April Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting, which is being held virtually to ensure the safety of the public, staff members, and the BPDA board members during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. To begin this meeting, I will take a roll call of the board members. Ms. Downs.
Present.
Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Okay. Mr. Miller.
Present.
Okay, and I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, agenda item number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the March 11th, 2021 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Agenda item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on May 13th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the 88 Black Falcon Avenue project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, Board of Appeal. Jeffrey.
I'm sorry to disappoint Madam Chair. Once again, I'm a poor substitute for Jeff Hampton. This is, for the record, I'm Brian Glasscock. I'm Deputy Director for Regulatory Planning and Zoning. Jeff is away for some well-deserved time off, but we have 55 items for recommendations to the Zoning Board of Appeal for your approval today.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt you for a moment? We have Representative Alguardo here to testify, I think, for the Mildred Haley project.
Oh, fabulous. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. So we will take you, as we do with all elected officials, and hear your feedback now.
Thank you so much, esteemed board members, for taking me out of turn. I really appreciate it, especially today. I'm here to speak in favor of the Mildred C. Haley development. I've worked with, so I'm the state rep for the JP area. I actually live down the street from Mildred C. Haley, and before COVID spent quite a bit of time there with the youth groups and the elders group and the moms groups and the dads groups. And so it's a place that's very dear to my heart. We really need this redevelopment. The community builders, JP&DC, and Urban Edge, the 3 partners with Center Street Partners, have been incredibly responsive, not only to me, but to constituents who live there and live around Mildred C. Haley. I asked very difficult questions 2 years ago in our first meeting. I come from a community and economic development background, a systems thinking background, and a grassroots organizing background. And so I brought everything I had to bear with the toughest questions I had. And not only had they already thought so many of the things through that a lot of not only developers, but even neighborhood agencies overlook. And I've worked literally with hundreds of community agencies over 25 years, but they had already started taking action and were still very, very willing to make edits to their plan according to anything I or others raised that would support the constituents, not only just in having a better experience, but understanding what was going on better. It has been difficult the whole time, particularly in COVID, but even before COVID, getting folks to show up. So there are a few meetings where you get, 60, 70, 80 residents to show up, but that day-to-day effort, like we want you to be a block partner and we want you to take leadership. Folks are busy, folks are stressed, and that was before COVID. So I myself have had some health issues since COVID. I know firsthand, but can only imagine some of the pressures that you're under when you're living below the poverty line, as I did for the first half of my life, until my early 20s, and raising kids in COVID. I just can't imagine. That said, the partners have managed to still hear the feedback. I know you got all these letters, the same letters that I was getting, saying we need more affordability. And even just a couple hours ago, they responded to that by upping the number of vouchers that they were going to ask for. I think it's really important when community members come forward and they say, you're not hearing us, to hear them. Even if we can document that these partners have done an incredible job with outreach, you know, relative to the best practices in that area. And they have, which is why I'm fully supportive. And at the same time, we have to listen to the folks that are just now getting engaged, because people are living their lives and we can't expect them to be on top of the stuff that we are on top of. And you guys all having other jobs that you do on top of this, I'm sure you know exactly what it's like to try and keep and stay on top of stuff. So I think it's really wonderful that the community has gotten active and engaged. I will continue to try to be, especially now that my health is improving, to step back in and to be a facilitator, which any of you can call on me, as well as the partners can call on me as quickly as any of my constituents can call on me. If you think that I can be of service, facilitating further conversations that need to happen once the community sees this proposal in response to the ask that they've made. But I do ask that you give them a favorable report and support them as much as possible in getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your many roles over the years and serving our city. Your representation matters, and your representing your constituencies well. So we appreciate the tough questions and and the partnership.
I so appreciate that encouragement. Thank you. And same to all of you. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, good health.
Same to you.
Okay, Secretary Polhemus, do we have additional?
Yes, we do. We have Councillor O'Malley.
Great. Welcome, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and through you to the members of the board. It's great to be with all of you. For the record, my name is Matt O'Malley. I'm the District 6 City Councilor. I'm also the City Council President pro tempore for the remainder of this year. And it is without hesitation that I wanted to take an opportunity, thank you, of course, for taking me out of turn, but to offer my full, strong, unqualified support for this project. The Center Street partners have conducted an extensive community process going back 4 years, unlike I have ever seen in a decade serving on the council and in many, many years of civic activism before that. It was the most intentional process, and it was centered around the voices of the community members of the residents of the Mildred C. Haley housing development. Before the pandemic, I would spend quite a bit of time there every week during the summer. Representative Eligardo and myself and many others would host a weekly barbecue. And when I tell you that the support among the residents of Mildred Haley for this change was universal, I would not be exaggerating. As we all know, the existing buildings are desperately in need of replacement, and this proposal will provide 253 safe and healthy homes for BHA families, not to mention 425 new homes that will help combat the city's housing crisis. The project will also bring neighbors together with a new and updated Anna Mae Cole Center, which has taken particular importance in the community as a COVID testing site over the last several months, and a safe community resource. It will bring it into really even greater use and greater support as a community amenity. On top of all of this, the project has aggressive climate resiliency standards, which is very, very important to me, with passive house design to reach LEED Gold certification. They will also allow for the maximum amount of solar PV on the roofs and implement a variety of stormwater mitigation tools. The residents of Mildred Haley deserve homes that are in far better conditions than those that exist now, and this proposal by the Center Street partners promises to provide this necessary and transformative change. The partnership of TCB, Urban Edge, and JPNDC, I often call them the Holy Trinity, and they have done some remarkable things. And in all candor, this year marks my 11th and final year serving on the Boston City Council. I could count on one hand the number of times that I've testified with all of you and with your predecessors on this board, but this project is so important, and the fact that the thought of it delaying or somehow jeopardizing this long, incredibly vital project, which will be absolutely transformative for Jamaica Plain and for the city of Boston. A decade ago, I walked these grounds with then Governor Patrick and then Mayor Menino, and the mere idea that we could somehow coordinate such an amazing partnership among known, trusted, and valued and respected developers to rebuild just a remarkable housing opportunity for our residents there, and bringing in some new residents and increasing our affordable new units is something that we cannot delay. Thank you for conducting a remarkable process. You and your team have really been great on this project, and I urge you all to support it. And I cannot wait to be at the ribbon cutting as soon as it's safe to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board.
Thank you, Council President O'Malley. Definitely looking forward to hearing from your constituents in all of their languages at today's open public meeting. And send an invite for the next barbecue. So anyway, any additional folks we have, Secretary Polhemus?
Nope, that's the last one for the time being.
Great. So remind me where I was. Number 4, right? Item number 4?
Correct, number 4.
Okay, perfect. Request authorization to adopt a text and map amendment to the Groundwater Conservation Overlay District, Article 32, to harmonize zoning language with BWSC practice, increase the no harm elevation from Boston City base to elevation 8 feet, to extend protection to additional buildings, to update the GCOD map to include Audubon Circle, Lower Roxbury, Central Waterfront area, and portions of East Boston, and to clarify documentation submission requirements. Brian?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Polhemus. For the record, I'm Brian Glasscock. I'm Deputy Director for Regulatory Planning and Zoning at the BPDA. The Boston Groundwater Conservation Overlay District has been in place for over 15 years, I believe, and last updated, I think, in 2007. Since that time, the Boston Groundwater Trust, as a nonprofit entity, has worked with the Boston Water and Sewer Commission to ensure that projects that happen in the overlay district don't have a deleterious effect on the groundwater levels. And I have with me here today Christian Simonelli, who's the executive director of the Boston Groundwater Trust, who's going to lead us through some slides on this. I think probably most of the board members are fairly familiar with the sort of the general concepts, but sort of the upshot of today's presentation is that due to the dogged continued research into the issue and data mining that the Groundwater Trust has been able to do, we've learned that there are additional parts of the city that are built on filled land and with masonry buildings that are on wood pile supports that are potentially vulnerable. And so expanding the border, the boundaries of the GCOD is important. And also we found that Groundwater Trust found that some of the piles are cut off at higher levels than we initially anticipated. So I'm going to ask if they could have Christian Simonelli lead us through a few slides, and then we'll take some questions at the end.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board, Director Golden. I'm Christian Simonelli, Executive Director of the Boston Groundwater Trust. Really appreciate you giving me the time here to speak today. Next slide, please. So very briefly, who we are, we were established by the City Council, and our sole purpose ultimately is to monitor groundwater levels in sections of the city where we had filled land and buildings that are supported on wood piles. All of our trustees were appointed by the mayor at the nomination of our designated organizations. Our funding primarily comes through the city's environment department with some contributions from other government sources. Next slide. We want to show this image to show the original versus filled land, and we're concerned with the areas that are in the black and white. The areas in red represent solid land, and those areas have buildings that are, do not have piling supported structures. Next. So why wood piles? Get this asked a lot. It was simply the method at the time when these buildings were constructed. You used wood piles for unsuitable, in this case, filled land. for support. Typically, a wood pile is 15 to 35 feet in length. Just picture taking a tree trunk, driving it upside down into the ground with its branches cut off. Bam, you have your wood pile. Typical building has around 200 or so wood piles underneath it. Copley Square, Trinity Church has over 4,500. The Santa Maria della Salute Basilica in Venice, built in the 1600s, to support over 1 million wood piles. And ultimately, that's where the technology originated, was Europe. Next slide, please. Typical row house, ideal conditions. Wood piles are submerged below the groundwater table, indicated by that upside down blue triangle. Building's in good shape, pilings are in good shape, no issues. Next slide. How do we monitor levels? We do it through a series of groundwater observation wells that are installed in the public way. Observation well is nothing more than a PVC pipe perforated 10 feet at the bottom to allow groundwater to infiltrate it. We pop open this cover, we take a groundwater level measurement in these areas, and it tells us that groundwater level is below how many feet below the surface the groundwater level is. Next slide. This is how we make a measurement, nothing more than a water level indicator. This is a probe at the end of a measured tape. When we hit groundwater, that probe beeps, lights up, and tells us how many feet below the ground surface the groundwater level is. Next slide. When I started here in 1999, we had just under 100 observation wells, not nearly enough to identify areas that were problematic. In 2002, a city and state joint effort allowed us to secure $1.6 million through the environmental bond bill to install the wells. Over a period of the next 4 years, I supervised the installation of wells to where we are today, roughly just under 800 wells. Next. This is our monitoring area today, encompassing just over 2,000 acres. So all these areas where we have wood pile supported structures, we have wells, we have water levels. This is our monitoring area. Next slide. This is our observation well network. On our website, click on Monitoring Well Data tab. Each one of the blue dots is an observation well. We'll give you the lifetime reading, every reading that we've ever taken in that observation well. Next slide. So this is the key relationship of the wood pile tops versus the water pile elevation. The water table needs to be above the tops of the pilings to prevent decay. If the water table drops below and the pilings are exposed to air for an extended period of time, the pilings fail, essentially they rot, the building starts to settle, and ultimately become unsafe. Next. I like to show this slide because it really shows how the city has evolved. After World War II, really the city's population plummeted. It was really a mass exodus. And in the 1970s, believe it or not, you can rent an apartment in the Back Bay for $240 a month. You can't park here for $240 a month, never mind rent an apartment. In the mid-'80s, the population started to climb. The city really transformed itself, became a center for education, medicine, and finance. And today we're growing steadily around 9,000 per year. Next. What's at risk? Ultimately, this is what's at risk. As all of you know, the property tax levy is the city's most dependable source of revenue. There is a ton of real estate that contributes to that, and they're supported on pilings. As you can see, a real vast area. Again, I'd say probably about 2,200 acres. We have buildings that are supported on pilings that need to be preserved. Next. If we weren't around and we weren't monitoring groundwater levels, and ultimately if Article 32 in the Groundwater Conservation Overlay District didn't exist, this is what you would be putting at risk. This is a typical block. If we weren't monitoring levels and no one was looking out for the groundwater table, and the groundwater table was allowed to drop, you would have to repair all the buildings in this lone block, which could be anywhere from $12 to $20 million. Multiplying that by all the blocks throughout the city that's on filled land, you'd get to a pretty big number pretty quickly. And again, you're putting the residential tax base, a large portion of the residential tax base in peril. Next. So the purpose of the amendment today is really to further strengthen the zoning that was established and continue to do what it ultimately was set up to do. As Brian mentioned off the top, the last amendment was made in 2007. Since then, we've compiled a ton of information on water levels. We've compiled a ton of information on wood pile cutoff elevations. And as a result, we want to continue to make sure that these areas are protected. And in addition, add areas that are not in the GCOD now, put them in the GCOD. Next. Establishment of City-State Groundwater Working Group. Very quickly, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this group. This was established really in parallel with the city zoning. And it's an MOU that's signed by us and signed by all these city and state agencies, where we would come together every quarter, just came together today actually. We pledge to share information, identify problem areas, explore solutions, and remediate problem areas. This has been the sole group that has been the main driver in helping us preserve groundwater levels throughout the city. Their efforts have been fantastic, and the cooperation has been excellent. Next slide. So the 4 triggers of Article 32, very quickly, you go to ISD and you're in the G-Cod and you hit any one of these 4, building anything greater than 50 square feet, digging down below elevation 7, substantially rehabilitating a structure, paving or surfacing a lot area, you get put into the G-Cod and you have to comply with it. Next slide. First thing we want to do is update the 1-inch capture requirement. As the zoning stands now, it's written in a way where the 1-inch capture requirement is only required for the lot area occupied by the structure to be substantially rehabilitated, okay? We want to bump that up so it coincides with water and sewers requirement to capture the inch not over that building, but also the other impervious area of the lot. Next slide. The image on the left, the existing zoning is written for the engineer to design a system capable of capturing an inch over the area of the structure. We want to make the proposed change to capture not only that structure, but the impervious area of the lot, obviously to be determined at the time the site plan is submitted. Next slide. What's a recharge system? Nothing more than taking the roof drains, instead of having them deposited onto the sidewalk or into the storm system, redirecting them into an engineered recharge system under the building or adjacent to the building. Again, taking all that rainwater, taking all that snow melt, helping it recharge the groundwater table. Next slide. The 1-inch capture requirement also for the BPDA smart utilities. This is a very good policy because anything that is 100,000 square feet or more floor area is required to capture 1.25 inches. This is great. The larger the footprint, the more that they should be doing to put water back in the ground. Next slide. Raise the no harm threshold, second change. Raise it from 7 to 8, and that's solely based on the information that we have, that we've compiled on groundwater levels and cutoff elevation information, and I'm going to tell you what that means in a couple slides. Next slide. So when a building is proposed and a deep foundation is proposed as part of that proposal, it has to be designed, it has to be built to be watertight. No sump pumps, no under drains. Next slide. Part of that certification, part of that approval is a certification. It's a no harm letter written by a PE registered in Mass, which articulates how that work is going to be accomplished and how it's not going to have a negative impact on the groundwater table. So the 2 components of compliance with G-Cod is the 1-inch capture requirement, which is the recharge system, and then 2, this no negative impact letter. Next slide. And the reason we have the no harm, which is really the genesis of the zoning, is that not all these buildings were constructed at the same time. Even in the same block, they were built years apart in some cases. So you may have an instance where the building on the right has piles cut off at elevation 5, but the water table is at 6, which is good because that means there's a foot of water above the tops of the pilings. You may have a building right next door where the pilings are cut off at elevation 7, but even though the water table is at elevation 6, the pilings are exposed to air a foot. Ultimately, they're at risk for decay. Next slide. So when we went through our research, went all the way back and we looked at the original building code, and it talked about wooden piles, and it talked about distance that they should be set apart and the grades that they should be cut off. And you can see here in this graphics, it was anywhere from grade 5 to grade 9, which is very, very high. Again, they knew that the piles needed to remain saturated, and ultimately they knew that they needed to be submerged below the groundwater table. So in some areas, when they cut the piles cut off high, the groundwater was high at that time. Next slide. But what happened ultimately is that we evolved. We built sewers, we built drains, we put in deep basements prior to the G-Cod, and we took away all that natural replenishment. And ultimately, by doing that, what we did was we created a condition where instead of the average groundwater level being 8 approximately, as it was in the back bay when it was back bay was filled in, it's really more around 5 or 6. So the engineers at the time had a real push-pull to say what the top cutoff elevation should be. And some said 5, some said 6, some said 8. But in 1931, there at the very bottom, after the discovery of the rotted wood piles below the BPL in the back bay, the engineers determined that nothing should be cut off higher than elevation 3 in the back bay for all the reasons I stated. Problem was by 1931, everything was already built. We started to see concrete and steel being used, so we really have to manage now, ultimately what's there. Next slide, please. So what do we know? So we went through about roughly 8,300 buildings at the ISD online website and then also at the Boston Public Library. We found foundation for about 20% of the buildings. The good news is that the majority of those had pile cutoff elevations in a 4 to 5. This is good because we got a bunch of wells that are in the, I'd say like 5 to 7 elevation range. Ultimately, we did find another number of buildings that had higher pile cutoff elevations, but The good news is in those areas, the groundwater levels are also high, also above the tops of the pilings. Next. As you go on our website, you have a breakdown by neighborhood, and there's maps, there's data sheets that shows all the work that we've done. These are working documents. These are constantly updated. As we get information on these buildings, we add it to those specific areas. Next slide. Other areas of the city. Next slide. And this is an area that's more complete. And I wanted to show you this because it shows what we have for information for cutoff elevations, which are the color-coded addresses. And then the circles are our observation wells. So when you look at this map, you like to see a bunch of greens and blues, which means the groundwater level is high. When you look at the wood pile cutoff elevations, you see a bunch of blue addresses. That's good because that means they're around the 4 to 5 range. But you can see, even really in this 3-block area, the color-coded addresses, there's like 3 or 4 different color-coded addresses, which indicates different pile cutoff heights. So that's how we have to manage this stuff. Next slide. This was the original map. We want to update the original map that showed. This was the September 2005 of the original proposed overlay district. Next slide. This is ultimately what was adopted and what we have today. The salmon-colored areas are the G-cod, which is the 1-inch capture and the no harm. The 2007 modification added the bullfinch to the north end and the 4-point channel area. Next slide. We want to update this map to create everything, become a universal overlay area. Everybody has to comply with the 1-inch capture. Everybody has to certify no harm. We want to add in Central Waterfront, Audubon Circle, and Lower Roxbury. Next slide.
And East Boston.
And East Boston, coming up. Thank you.
Yep.
Audubon Circle, bunch of buildings here on piles. We want to put them in the G-code. Next slide. Same deal here in the area of State Street. Custom houses on over 3,000 piles in this area. Get another bunch of buildings that are on piles. Next slide. Area of Lower Roxbury here, so bounded by Mass Ave, Columbus Ave, Molina Cass, Harrison Ave. Include that area. Next slide. As Brian mentioned, East Boston, most significantly. When the zoning was adopted, we had no wells. We had no information on the buildings in this area. Since then, we've got about 100 wells. We've got hundreds of buildings that we know that are on piles. Put East Boston in the G-cod, increase development. Again, just emphasizing the importance, more buildings, more substantial renovations. All these buildings need to be protected in these areas. Next slide. Fourth and final change, really just update the standards section to ensure that all required documentation for both the 1-inch capture and the no harm is submitted at the appropriate time, allow the opportunity for butters to review it, ask any questions, and clearly articulate that there is both subsections A and B are separately met requirements. The 1-inch capture requirement is one component, the no harm requirement is another. You don't meet one if meet all of G-code, you have to meet both. Next slide. So the summary, we want to update the 1-inch capture requirements over the impervious area of the lot, raise the no harm threshold from 7 to 8, cover those buildings with higher pile cutoffs, make everything a universal overlay area. 1-inch capture, no harm, include those areas that I mentioned. And finally, the fourth amendment to the section, ensure that all required documentation is submitted at the appropriate time for review and allow opportunities for abutters to review. And again, articulate that both the 1-inch capture and the no harm are separately met requirements, and that's all compliance for G-code. Next slide. I can't believe I talked that fast. I don't think I've ever talked that fast in my life. Thank you all very much. Thank you to Brian, thank you to Lauren, and thank you to Jeff. In closing, this has worked. We simply want to make sure that this continues to work. Compliance with this has been excellent, and we want to continue to preserve these buildings and continue to, preserve the compliance and the integrity of these buildings.
So, and thank you, Kristen, and thank you to the Groundwater Trust. And, this is critical work that for the longest time, no one was really willing to take a hold of it. And clearly there's, since Groundwater Trust have been administering this, has been very successful. So the end of this particular chapter in this is that we held, Kristen's been holding meetings with community groups across the city. We held a citywide virtual meeting on Monday, March 29th. Got a lot of good feedback. We had 3 letters of support, one from Neighborhood Association of Back Bay, one from the Back Bay Association, one from Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association. And then last Friday, we had a conversation and a follow-up letter from the folks at Masco, which is the medical area service corporation that serves the Longwood medical area. And they raised a particular concern that we hadn't considered, where they have a single parcel. They're an institutional use with large single parcels, that even small change might trigger them being required to infiltrate all the rainwater falling on all impervious surfaces in all their buildings. The solution to that, the easy solution to that, is they would need to go to the ZBA for a variance from the GCOD. But during this past week of conversations, after this has been scheduled for our meeting today, we determined that there might be some other way of accommodating those large developments that have on single parcels where a small change might trigger this. So I think our recommendation today, as you can see, there was a lot of material to get through, and I apologize for the speed learning here, but there is a lot of material to get through. I think we'd like to ask permission to table this particular amendment until the May board meeting to bring it back and see if we can resolve this issue that was raised by the Masco folks. But glad to take any questions.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead. Are there any questions from the board?
For the record, who does this group report to?
Ultimately, we're funded by the city's environment department. And so that would fall under Chief Cook. Chief Cook is a trustee. Chief Cook is also co-chair of the city state groundwater working group. So historically, it's been that department, that we've worked with. Also Carl as well, Carl Spector, and we've really coordinated with them. But ultimately, they've really sort of given us the keys and make sure, that we didn't crash the Ferrari, so to speak.
Well, it strikes me, given the importance of this work, and given how much of Boston is built on these piles, that it might be helpful in the long run if there was some way that you could do a periodic update on the work of this group before us, because we do hold a lot of public meetings, and it might be that you only update us every other year or something, but I think that this is of such public significance and importance these days, given all of the resilience issues we're dealing with, and all the climate change issues and our dependence on water levels, that we figure out a way of getting this kind of information, not in the detail you provided it today, but just in the nature of updates so the public can know what's going on.
Sure, I'd be more than happy to do that. I do make it an effort to go out to the neighborhood organizations that we represent and they're represented on our by our trustees and update them regularly. I had a wonderful idea to have a citywide update at the Boston Public Library, and then this pandemic hit and put everybody in a tailspin. But I would love to come to the group and update, particularly update the board on our efforts with whatever timeline you seem fit. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions from the board?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Just to clarify, are these requirements triggered only when the property is being changed in some way, or will this vote require all those property owners to do something proactively once it's taken?
So if it's when an applicant goes to ISD for a building permit, and if they hit one of those 4 triggers as part of their application, then they need to comply with GCOD. Yep, so it's a change to the building. I mean, substantial renovation is really the biggest trigger. That accounts for probably close to 90% of the cases.
So what happens to all the buildings that aren't experiencing any renovation?
We get that asked a lot. In particular, I get a lot of condo associations that ask me that. They can proactively engage an engineer to take a look at the building, take a look at the site, install a groundwater recharge system is my recommendation typically. The more systems we have, the better. The less leaks we have, the better. That's why the city state groundwater working group is so important to fix the leaks, the pipes that leak, the manholes that leak, to fix those, and then to get more water in the ground through the recharge systems.
And it has the added benefit of taking otherwise clean rainwater and keeping that out of the stormwater system, which puts less of a burden on the stormwater. And it also addresses the issue of any air pollutants or any deposited contaminants that are sort of swept up in that first flush of rainwater. Keeps those out of our waterways.
Mm-hmm.
I have one further question. Is the groundwater level under the city affected by climate change?
Areas along the coastline, it may be potentially. We haven't seen an effect of sea level rise on our observation wells that are closest to the shore at all. Now, that's not to say that it won't potentially make its way there at some point, but initially we haven't seen that. Our technical advisory committee that we have that has a bunch of engineers from throughout the city that do this work. The feeling there is that the inundation would really have to be a significant change to sea level rise on the order of multiple feet, 3 to maybe 4 or 5 feet. Which is some of the projections have, but we haven't seen that so far. But I mean, from our point of view, it will be fine because the groundwater levels will come up, but then you have a whole host of other issues. We are starting to see, as a result of climate change, these more prolonged periods of drought, which is bad. We're in a drought right now. We're starting to see in the past really 5-6 years, more periods of drought, which isn't good because those recharge systems are no good if there's no rain feeding them. So that's definitely a concern of ours moving forward. And that's why it's all that more important to get the systems in as much as we can now, monitor the levels, and fix the stuff that leak.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very good. Christian and Brian, excellent presentation. I had the luxury of being on the ZBA. It went on about 1999 and off around 13 and watched this whole thing evolve. You guys do excellent work. And everyone else, even the architect on the board, Anthony Pisani, would always insist on with an approval that it was a porous material for driveway or whatever the case might be. I was surprised to hear the custom house. I worked at 75 State Street when we were building that, and there's a big system in there. I just don't know if it's a recharge system or not, but I was there from day one, so that goes down about 6 stories, and I remember we had to wire all the pumping and stuff, and I hope it's a recharge system, but there's an awful lot of groundwater there.
I hope so, yeah. Yeah, I hope
it was
so.
built in 88, I think. 88 we were building that. But Brian, you just touched on it. So I own property, and I've watched ISD change their position from on downspouts. It's gone from put it in the sewage system to take it out of the sewage system, and so I've watched it go back and forth. And this goes for you guys. So that CSO, that the rainwater overflows so it doesn't overload the system at Deer Island. It's rainwater.
Yeah.
Is there an opportunity to take advantage of some of that? There's millions of gallons of water that just sits in those tanks before it gets over to Deer Island. It's not sewage. It's rainwater.
It's pretty much, it's clean rainwater. And you and I and all the other ratepayers in the MWRA system, are essentially paying to treat otherwise clean water. Right. And so you're absolutely right. If we can deal with it in a different way, so that it's not carrying any pollutants, oil and grease off the street, for instance, or any of that stuff out of the catch basins. If we can treat that in a different way, and that's and not have to pay to treat otherwise clean water and ship it 9 miles out into the ocean, that's a big money saver and an energy saver. For us. So certainly, groundwater recharge systems are one way of accomplishing that.
I actually worked on that job 9.5 miles under the ocean, 450 feet down, not seeing the sunlight for months on end. But I think of all that water, that tunnel runs down Day Boulevard. That's all just rainwater, just waiting for the system not to be overburdened, and then they process it. Yeah. But so, what is ISD's policy now? And just a regular house with a downspout, and do they want it to go through the city's system, or do they want it to go and leave it?
I think that between ISD and the Boston Water and Sewer Commission, they're not allowing it to be tied into the sanitary sewer system within the house or into the city's stormwater system, but they're requiring it to be, infiltrated on site. And in fact, in some areas they're requiring, up to the first inch and a quarter to be captured on site.
Good. Thank you very much. Excellent.
Thank you.
I don't have so much of, well, I think I have a lot of questions, but more of just a, like, I don't know if it's just like this meeting is like climate change blowing me away with all this water, right? So I guess I want to get a better understanding, and I think, when it comes before the board, whether we put this in the, the materials in the, in the packet or what's available online, you did a really great job of bringing clarity, right, to the situation here. And obviously my risk radars are super high now. But so I want to get a better understanding, or for us as a board to have a better understanding on, like, okay, what is city responsibility, private responsibility, state responsibility, how we get this all working. Like, I want to say I don't care whose responsibility. I just want to know that someone has a responsibility for it, of both what is forward moving, right, with what we're trying to do with the changes, and what is an already existing scary problem, right? And how that gets addressed proactively, preventatively, whether that's that private building owners, responsibility, or how we kind of, what mechanisms we have in place to make people aware of this, right? I used to live in that area. I don't anymore, but nothing I was aware about, and I was, a condo owner there. So just want to make sure I have we have a better understanding on, again, ownership, responsibility, and then also just who, like, what the control mechanisms are, right? Again, both forward looking and then backward looking, of like, how do we repair what it is there, and yeah, that I think, kudos and thank you so much for speaking as fast as humanly possible with a really great presentation with awesome tools, because it really, it was very impactful. I think with that, I think there's a motion on the a motion is in order to table this agenda item to a future meeting.
I move we table this agenda item until our next meeting, or when it's appropriate.
I'll second that.
Okay. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Okay, and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Agenda item is deferred to a future meeting. Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Soon. Okie dokie. Item number 5. Request authorization to adopt a map and text amendment to Article 51, Alston Brighton Neighborhood District, and map 7B-7D, Alston Brighton Neighborhood District, of the series of maps entitled Zoning District City of Boston, dated August 15th, 1962, as amended, to create a new CC-4 subdistrict within the Western Avenue Soldiers Field Road Community Commercial Subdistrict, and to establish certain dimensional regulations for planned development areas within the CC-4 subdistrict. Gerald.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I was hoping that after a presentation on groundwater, you would be eager to hear my presentation. I fear that Christian's information is going to be a tough act to follow, but bear with me. I will keep this relatively brief. This is part of a larger effort that we have been engaged in for at least a couple of years now, really in earnest, in the Western Avenue corridor in North Alston, North Brighton. You can go to the next slide, please. We're calling it the Western Avenue Corridor and Rezoning, and it's really building on a lot of the planning that was done in the past, as much as 15 years ago, with the strategic framework for planning. We have seen increased interest from the development community in this neighborhood, and we have realized that the current zoning really doesn't support the changes that were envisioned in all of that planning. I'll talk about some of the things that the residents have repeatedly expressed interest in a minute. But just as a few examples of the deficiencies of the current zoning, housing is a high priority but not an allowed use. The current zoning doesn't really give us the tools that we would like in order to achieve some of those planning outcomes. And this is key, the allowed density under the existing zoning is really insufficient given our current land and construction costs in the city to support the desired redevelopment, and particularly desired redevelopment with significant benefits being returned to the community, notably affordable housing, but also other things that I'll talk about. So this effort is geared towards really creating new zoning and more broadly, a regulatory framework that can guide that development and leverage it for those desired outcomes. You can go to the next slide, please. Specifically, we have three primary goals. One is to create a compelling vision for the study area. So building again on that planning that was done in the past, which really laid out a lot of the community's vision, codifying that and bringing together a lot of those pieces, recommending zoning that is informed by that vision, but also grounded in financial feasibility and transportation modeling, right? To make sure that that the transportation network can function with this volume of new development, recommending significant transportation improvements in addition. We've had a financial consultant help us understand the reality of doing construction in this area so that we are going out to the neighborhood with densities and parameters that we feel are realistic and things that will actually lead to redevelopment. And finally, multimodal improvements to Western Avenue along with other transportation enhancements. Next slide. Just to give you an idea of the study area, you can see here that this is north of I-90, North Allston, North Brighton. Western Avenue runs across the top of this area from east to west, and it extends down to the Pike in the south. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see, just for your reference, I'll indicate the parcels, the area in which the parcels in question are located. If any of you have enjoyed good times at the Breakfast Club or the Bus Stop Pub, you may know this area, or you may know it under less happy circumstances if your car has been towed or you've had to have it fixed up at the Stadium Auto Body Shop. Those are all located here and part of the parcels in question. Next slide. My goal here is really just to give you a broad overview of the work that we've been doing and the context for the zoning petition. So some of the key planning principles that are really important to understand in this context, setting new development back from Western Avenue. This is critical to widen sidewalks, to create planting zones, cafe zones, and to give us the dimensions for creating a multimodal complete street. The dimension just isn't there to have the kind of avenue that we want and that the residents want. Encouraging a mix of land uses with enough density to support an active streetscape. So again, this is a goal that goes back 15 years to the strategic framework. That idea of a really neighborhood street anchored with retail and other active uses that requires, of course, not only housing but a employment population during the daytime to really make it work, and sufficient density to be viable both in terms of the development and in terms of supporting the retail. Affordable retail spaces, people have made clear they would like to see unique neighborhood serving retail in these spaces. So that requires policies and subsidies from the developers that will own these spaces. Leveraging that development to create a great public realm. concentrating height and density on the north side of Western Avenue. You'll see a little bit more of that in the upcoming slides, and creating housing with a significant affordable component. So these are kind of a distillation of the key principles that we've been working with. Next slide, please. They are expressed in more graphical form in this slide, and I'll go through some of the individual layers in a bit more detail, but you can see we're really looking at a couple of different nodes of commercial activity, one down at Lincoln Street near the railroad station and New Balance, and one in the, I guess it's a salmon color up near Barry's Corner and stretching along Western Avenue. Again, that stretch of Western Avenue in particular is envisioned as a walkable, pedestrian-friendly, active corridor. Also significant new connections to the green space resources that exist in the neighborhood, notably Smith Field and the state parkland along the Charles, but also additions of a variety of new green spaces and more urban public realm. Next slide. So a little less evocative, but maybe to get to some of the more technical elements, this translates into a land use vision that you see here. So again, those two nodes of lab and office mixed with residential, and that's for a variety of reasons. That's where we see them as most appropriate from a land use perspective in terms of not crowding out the residential development that we want to see, completing the residential fabric in other portions of the study area, and also from a transportation perspective, those are the major traffic generators, and we can kind of concentrate a lot of the traffic impacts and minimize them by focusing in those areas. Next slide. We've gone out to the neighborhood with some recommendations for floor area ratios. I won't go into detail on these unless you're interested, but these have gone through a lot of internal analysis in terms of their physical feasibility in a build out, but also that financial analysis that has really helped us to understand what kinds of densities are necessary in order to make redevelopment work under current conditions. Next slide. Lot coverage is a key element that we want to control in order to ensure that any new development that is accessing this additional density through a planned development area is leaving sufficient space for us to work with to create new connections, circulation, open space, et cetera. So for much of the area, that would be a 60% lot coverage maximum. That is to say 40% of the lot would be off limits for a building footprint, and through the development review process, we would determine how that gets used and designed and incorporated into the overall public realm and open space system. Moving towards Barry's Corner, a more urban fabric, we would see that increasing somewhat. Next slide. Again, on heights, we've done a lot of work looking at what we think the appropriate heights would be. Lot coverage, height, FAR, of course, work together. These are maximum heights. This is not to suggest that every parcel or every part of every parcel would achieve these heights. And in fact, in some cases, that might not be possible. You might hit the limit on one of those other factors before you could hit this maximum height. We have definitely heard from the neighborhood that some of these areas we need to take a closer look at. Explain a little more clearly what our rationale is, look at alternatives, look at some of the trade-offs. If you lower the maximum height, what does that do in terms of development feasibility, in terms of the lot coverage and so on. So that's an ongoing endeavor, but this is what we've presented so far to the neighborhood. Next slide. So before I get into Nexus, let me just say we have been out to the neighborhood with the most recent content. We've had roughly 10 meetings over the course of the last year and a half. We were, of course, like many initiatives, slowed down by the pandemic and a pause in the ability to engage directly with the public. We have also just found that some of the work ends up being more challenging and time consuming, and in order to do it thoughtfully, it's taken us longer than we would have hoped. We are at a point where we would hope to really bring this to conclusion within the next several months. That means additional community engagement, of course, refining our framework, preparing a report for your review and approval, and then ultimately drafting and passing the new zoning. So while I think we're entering the home stretch, we still have some work ahead of us. So in that context, there's one project of the 5 major projects within the study area that have been proposed that has really, over the last several years, even before we began the study, been responding to our directives and concerns from neighbors, abutters, and its IAG, and we feel has gotten to a place where it is, I have a 2-minute warning flashing, where it is, if you could go back to the last slide, I'll go through these very quickly, where it is, has achieved a high degree of consistency with those planning goals, right, in terms of replacing the auto-oriented uses on the site. They have changed the massing and height. These, even just recently, they had made a lot of changes to the project previously, but in response to our current thinking, they have shifted some of the square footage from the south side of Western Avenue to the north side, adjusted heights, setbacks, step backs. So we're very comfortable that in terms of our overall land use framework and thinking about the appropriate dimensions for this stretch of Western Avenue, this project has been brought into consistency. We also, in speaking with many of the IAG members, neighbors, abutters, know that there was significant support for helping the project to move to the next step. So if you could go to the next slide, the specific proposal is, this is just, we can skip through these. This is the current conditions, and we'll walk through just very quickly. Next slide. This would be a life science oriented project with a small residential component and retail component, again, to activate public realm, some arts and civic space. Next slide. And you can see they have removed, if you could go to the next slide, an entire floor from the southern part. This is in response to our height limits. I think this was well received by many of the people who had expressed concerns about that. Next slide, please. And here you get a sense of, on Everett Street, the corner of Western and Everett, the Stadium Auto Body site. Go to the next slide. This is a rendering of kind of how the setback, a significant setback, not only from Western, but Everett will really open up that, that street and create a much better approach to the river. Next slide, please. So this rezoning, if it's approved, would only allow the Nexus team to file their PDA development plan consistent with the new zoning. It's currently not consistent, right? It would, of course, not grant final approval of the project. Our review and public review would continue. There are some outstanding issues we need to continue to work on, like the parking ratio, notably, but also, although they have achieved a very high percentage of affordability in their small housing component, I think we want to continue to push them to do more on that front. So there's more work to be done, but in terms of the things that zoning controls, the dimensional characteristics of the building, the land use framework, we feel that our thinking has evolved enough and their project has responded enough that there's a high degree of consistency. Next slide, too. So specifically, this rezoning would create a new sub-district on those parcels, allow for up to 3.5 FAR for commercial. They're actually at about a 3.1, so they're not even looking to max out the allowed FAR. And create sort of the first building block for the corridor-wide rezoning. We, of course, would imagine that we might expand and modify this sub-district in the future as our work continues. So continuing to add more specificity on setback, height, lot coverage, and so on. Next slide. And finally, this is the map of the specific parcels to be rezoned. That's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, great. No, that's some quality planning there. Really appreciate that. And you can have a better understanding of how the different projects are going to be mapped up to that. So great work. Any questions from the board? Okay. Again, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order. Oh, sorry. Did you? Oh, did we have a question?
We do, and I'm sorry I was on mute.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
Thank you. Gerald, yes, I do have a couple of questions or some thoughts. When I look at buildings in the 90 to 150 foot high range, and looking at some of the comments from the neighbors, that seems to be maybe excessive. And sometimes when we set the bar there, then we set the price for the auto body shop or whatever the location that will be changed from housing to commercial, from maybe something that's not as attractive in the neighborhood. So who benefits when the height is allowed to be very high is the seller of that property, and not so much the abutters or the neighbors in that area. So as you go through this process, I'd encourage you to maybe set the bar lower for some of these things. I think it would fit better with the neighborhood, particularly as you get closer to the traditional neighborhood. And you know, those are my observations. And I'd like your feedback.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we certainly heard from many of the people who participated in recent meetings that they want to understand more about what those heights mean, and that they're not entirely comfortable, particularly I think with some of the 150 foot heights or with the 90 foot height in certain other areas. So that's some of the work that we have to continue to do. You know, one of the advantages of having a project that has been designed by obviously an architect and a responsive development team is that people including many of the immediate abutters, you can see that there's residential fabric nearby, have been able to get very comfortable with the way it's designed, the space it leaves on the south side, the experience that it creates along the adjacent streets, and so on. So as opposed to 90 feet in zoning, which is very abstract and hard to visualize, and sometimes when we do model it with computers, it's not a very compelling vision of the future of the neighborhood. And I think this project has allowed many people to see what that can actually look like when designed sensitively, when responding to neighborhood concerns. So I think, again, we're comfortable with what it means in this location, but I think you're absolutely right that in the rest of the corridor, we need to continue to do some work with the neighborhood to make sure that that we're getting it right in all the locations, and that's what we plan to do over the next couple of months.
Great. Well, thank you. Just one last point is sometimes when we set these heights at 90 to 150 feet, we end up coming back and reducing the scale. So rather than set the bar so high initially, I just encourage you to review that and maybe work something at a lower level that we don't have as much pushback and can help, once things start going, help things move along without as much resistance.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that on the south side of Western Avenue, kind of in the where it meets the pedestrian zone there, this particular building, this is an example of what I was saying, is actually 65 feet. It does step up beyond that, but it's not trying to maximize the height. You know, we're also, again, we're trying to strike a balance, and we may not have gotten there yet, but we're trying to look at that financial feasibility and be realistic about what it means when you are creating zoning that should incentivize and facilitate financially feasible redevelopment while leaving a significant amount of the parcel open for other purposes, including new public realm and green space. And so we're trying to make sure that this is realistic and that it can actually lead to to feasible development. And so we're concerned about setting things too low, just as much as we're concerned about setting them too high.
Fair enough. I appreciate your insight and your work on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Any further questions from the board?
Gerald, I have a question. This zoning vote is taking place several months in advance of the Western Avenue corridor study being finalized. Can you talk about the timing of this rezoning happening now and why it's happening now?
Yeah, so there was again, we had hoped and expected that we might be able to complete the corridor study and rezoning in advance of this date. I think we're making good progress now. We still have additional work to do. There was a sense that this project, among many of the IAG members, I'd say majority of the IAG members, solid majority, as well as some of the abutters, had reached a point where, at least insofar as the things that are controlled by zoning are concerned, that is to say height, lot coverage, FAR, and so on, there was a high level of comfort. Again, we need to continue working with them on the parking ratio, but that's something we need to work with all of the development components on. And so facing the sort of prospect of saying, okay, although we were working hard and diligently to wrap up that corridor study and rezoning, even in the best case scenario, the actual rezoning is, let's say, several months out. That would mean that this team, having spent several years really working hard to respond to our feedback and the neighbors' concerns, would need to wait until that happens before filing the PDA development plan. We said, is there a way, are we comfortable enough that our thinking for this particular portion of the study area has evolved to the point where we're comfortable with those dimensional attributes of the project? And taking this step would then allow them to file that PDA development plan, get that out for additional public discussion and review, and hopefully by a few months of time in terms of getting to a final approval. Of course, there's no guarantee. We've assured the team that there's no guarantee of final approval. They still have their work to do in terms of public outreach, in terms of our ongoing review, in terms of those key issues that I mentioned, but in terms of some of the sort of technicalities of the process, the comment period that it adds into the time frame, it streamlines it a little bit and sets them up for hopefully getting to that finish line with solid support a little bit earlier. And so we thought under these conditions it made sense. One could see it, I suppose, as sort of jumping the gun in terms of us finishing our planning, but we have, in terms of those planning goals and framework, we feel there's been a lot of community input into those over the years. This project, that slide that I wasn't quite able to show fully, really sets forth the contributions that we feel this project makes to those goals. And again, our thinking about land use, height, FAR, and so on has also evolved to the point that we feel like the planning framework is there. We're comfortable with it, and we're comfortable where this project is. So it seemed like a step to take to try to initiative like this is always working on multiple fronts and trying to juggle a lot of things happening at once. And this seemed like a way that we could try to walk and chew gum at the same time, so to speak.
Great, thank you.
Fabulous. Any additional questions from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. We're going to do one. Yes? Did someone say something?
Oh, I just said thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so we're going to squeeze in one more item before the public hearing. Item number 6, request authorization to increase in the standard allowable mortgage amount under the BPDA's Covenant for Affordable Housing for Inclusionary Development Policy income restricted homeownership units up to 98.5% loan to value, and to issue waivers of the loan to value restrictions within said covenant for affordable housing when mortgage products are being sought for the first time affordable housing buyers and supported by the City of Boston Department of Neighborhood Development or its housing partners, and to take all related actions. Michelle. Oh, Michelle, I think you're on mute.
Muted.
There you go.
Thank you for squeezing us in. Good afternoon, Chairperson Rojas, Director Golden, Secretary Polhumas, and members of the board. I'm Michelle McCarthy, Housing Policy Manager. I'm pleased to be before you today to discuss changes to the loan to value policy as it pertains to inclusionary development policy or IDP home ownership units. Currently, the Covenant for Affordable Housing placed on IDP homeownership units prohibits potential buyers from seeking a mortgage in excess of 97% of the maximum resale value of the unit. Originally, the IDP program had a limit of 95%, which was set in the mid to late 80s to align with Fannie Mae policies. Following the 2008 financial crisis, a number of mortgage products and programs were developed to assist buyers of affordable housing, with several of the mortgage products allowing a mortgage of up to 97% of the maximum resale value. On February 9, 2009, the BPDA board authorized the use of waivers of the covenant affordability that would permit a mortgage of 97% of the maximum resale value of an IDP unit when a potential owner obtained a mortgage product intended for buyers of affordable housing. This policy change again aligns the BPDA policies with Fannie Mae policies and is reflected in our current BPDA covenant. The financing landscape has changed once again, with many new products and programs available to first-time buyers of affordable housing. The City of Boston Department of Neighborhood Development recently launched the One Plus Boston program, which partners with institutional lenders to provide down payment assistance to increase access to homeownership for minority groups. This program is intended to assist first-time home buyers, especially those who have traditionally been unable to access homeownership opportunities due to an inability to obtain financing and/or the necessary down payment required for many conventional loans. Today, we are asking the board to authorize an increase in the maximum loan-to-value ratios to 98.5% of the maximum resale value in the covenant for affordable housing placed on IDP units, and to authorize an expansion of the use of waivers to up to 100% loan-to-value ratio for buyers accessing D&D homebuyer assistance programs through the Boston Home Center. By authorizing these changes, the BPDA's policies pertaining to IDP homeownership units will once again be aligned with Fannie Mae policies, and potential buyers of IDP units will be able to utilize city programs intended to increase access to homeownership opportunities. I'm joined today by Maureen Flynn, Deputy Director of Boston Home Center, and Karen Rabeza, Assistant Director of Homebuyer Service, also of the Boston Home Center, who are here to answer any questions the board may have about the city's homebuyer assistance programs. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Michelle. Do we have any questions from the board?
I have a question, and maybe it's more of an observation. Realizing how high prices are in Boston, and really we're trying to help more people get into more homes, but it seems like it was maybe 15 years ago when we had some of these very low money down and no money down, we had much higher defaults, which is not good for anybody. So how do we balance helping people get in with low down payments and making sure that they have the ability to maintain the home and keep it in good condition? So that's my observation. I'd appreciate your feedback.
I wonder if Karen or Maureen are here to be able to answer that.
Yeah, sure. I can help, and Karen can pipe in. So that's a great question, and we really appreciate the board taking up this this policy change. So we're very appreciative. Great question. We've developed programs to meet the home buyers where they are, especially low and moderate income home buyers who have a hard time saving for down payments, right? Saving the entire 5% or 3%. So we exist because we're trying to assist them with some of that need, providing some down payment assistance. We still require that home buyers have a minimum of at least 1.5% of the purchase price in the deal. Sometimes we provide waivers, but because there are programs like Mass Housing is offering programs now where they provide 100% financing, and we are behind those programs and support them. We asked Mass Housing and Mass Housing Partnership, which are two of the biggest affordable mortgage providers in the state, to provide us with their foreclosure and default rates for the last 3 years. And they are amazingly low. So these are programs that require low down payment and are targeted towards LMI buyers across the state, not just in Boston. And their default rates are less than 1% and have been for the last 3 years. In fact, they are lower than market rate products. So we were encouraged by that, and we support their programs by giving additional down payment assistance for buyers that are coming before us. This change will allow buyers that just haven't been able to access the Boston market get into the Boston market. This, combined with the programs that we've started, like the One Plus Boston program, which is supported now by CPA funds, will really help folks get in the market that just haven't been able to get into the market before. I know Carol has heard us talk about One Plus because serving on the CPC committee, and it's a very successful program. We've had buyers get in who just haven't been able to access the Boston market before. We just started in June, and we've already had about 60 buyers find homes that would never have been able to find homes in Boston before, because there's a much reduced interest rate combined with much more down payment than we've been able to give in the past. Karen, I don't know if you want to add on to that, anything?
No. Thank you. That's really great news. I appreciate your complete response.
No, you're welcome. And just to keep in mind, I know that the question and how do we balance what it was, prior to what happened in 2008. Prior to 2008, there was more deparitory lending, and low to moderate income families were more vulnerable to use them because they were not able to use, qualified borrowers based on credit income. So after 2008, the Dodd-Frank Act mortgage came on board, where lenders are not required to review every capacity, the capital and the credit, in each borrower. So it makes the application stronger when they acquired a mortgage. And having the financial assistance, it actually helps them to create wealth, because not only we're allowing them to keep more of the savings or the reserves in case of a crisis by us helping them with down payment, but we're also encouraging them and we're teaching them how to save and how to become a successful homeowners.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Karen, for just totally, stealing my comment. But again, thank you both for all of your work. This is the key, right? One of the keys to building intergenerational wealth and creating access to home ownership that has not been affordable, that has not been there for many, many communities forever. Just really supportive, really appreciative of your work and trust the work and the controls that we have in place post financial crisis. With that, a motion is in order.
I'm very happy to move that we accept this authorization.
Second.
Right, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Me too. Take care. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Bye-bye. So we are going to take a brief 5-minute recess before we start our public hearing for this evening. We just have some interpretation logistics to get set up on the Zoom. So it is now by my clock 5:39. So we will see everybody back at 5:45, and we'll get started with the public hearing. Thanks, everyone. Arabic, Somali, or Haitian Creole, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select the language you would like to use. We are using the Korean label for Arabic, Russian label for Somali, and French for Haitian Creole due to limitations within Zoom. Also, you must mute original audio. For the Spanish audio channel, please select Spanish. For the Arabic audio channel, please select Korean. For the Somali audio channel, please select Russian. For the Haitian Creole channel, please select French. Ruth, would you now please instruct how to select the audio channel for Spanish interpretation? Ruth, if you're...
Ruth, can you unmute yourself, please?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now. Ruth, I can't hear you again. She's gone. John Marine, if you're on, can you please translate, interpret to Spanish?
Hello? Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So one thing is I just can't find the interpretation
It's
icon.
not, John, interpretation isn't turned on yet. We need to instruct all the attendees how to activate it before we activate it. So we
Okay.
just need you right now to just sort of repeat what Priscilla just said.
Okay. Okay, entonces mucho gusto, yo soy el intérprete, me llamo John. Ahorita vamos a explicarles cómo pueden conectarse a el canal de español para nosotros. Entonces, cuando ustedes entren a la página, cuando comenzamos, va a haber un icono de un mundo y allí van a escuchar el clic y le va a dar la opción de muchos lenguajes. Ustedes se van a conectar al idioma de español y así van a poder escucharnos a nosotros los intérpretes en español. Solo le pedimos a ustedes que cuando nos hagan preguntas y cuando empiecen a hablar, por favor hagan el favor de hablar un poco despacio para poder entenderlos bien y captar muy bien el mensaje que les vamos a comunicar a los encargados de esta junta.
Okay, gracias. So now, Jumana, would you please kindly instruct us how to select the audio channel for the Arabic interpretation?
Do you want me to say it in Arabic?
Yes, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay. من أجل أن تتم الترجمة باللغة العربية الرجاء الضغط على الأيقون الذي يشكل الكرة الأرضية للتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية تضغط على الأيقون للغة الإنجليزية. I can see the instructions in front of me, the other page.
I'm sorry, Ruth?
Can you hear me?
Yes. What did you say?
I can see the page for instructions at the, that was before.
Oh, can we back it up a slide there?
Yes.
Yeah.
This one, yes. Okay, thank you. الترجمة باللغة العربية واللغة الإسبانية متوفرة من خلال هذا الاجتماع من أجل أن تحول من اللغة العربية اللغة الإنجليزية. الرجاء الضغط على الصندوق الذي يظهر أمامك في أسفل الشاشة. اللغة الإسبانية تضغط على القناة التي تقول إسبانية، وللحصول على قناة اللغة العربية تضغط على كلمة عربية.
Okay, thank you, Jimana.
You're welcome.
All right, Hassan, would you now please kindly instruct us on how to select the audio channel for Somali interpretation?
Yes, ma'am. Habeen wanaagsan dhammaan dadweynaha ka soo qayb galay shirka kan ee hay-adda horumarinta magaalada Boston. Sida ay sheegtay maamulaha shirka kan, waxaad xaq u leedihiin amaad awoodaan in aad doorataan luqadda idinku aad fahmi kartaan. Si gaar ahaaneed waxaa shirkan lagu turjumi doonaa 4 luqadood oo kala gedisan. Haddii aad tahay qof ku hadla luqadda Isbaanishka, waxaad awood u yeelan doontaa inaad dooratid khiyaar ah Isbaanish. Haddii aad ku hadlaysid luqadda af Carabiga, waxaad khiyaar u yeelan doontaa inaad dooratid luqadda ay ku qoran tahay Korean. Haddaad ku hadlaysid luqadda Soomaaliga ah, waxa aad khiyaar u yeelan doontaa inaad dooratid luqadda Raashiyaanka. Ma jirto mid ay ku qoran tahay Soomaali. Shirku maanta halkaa ayuu ka bilaaban doonaa. Intana waa hordhac ku saabsan tarjumidda iyo qaabka ay u dhacayso. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hassan. And Jardine, would you please now kindly instruct us on how to for Haitian Creole interpretation?
Bonsoir, moi c'est Jardine, moi c'est yon deux interpréteurs que nous avons gagné après-midi pour traduire pour nous dans l'audience spéciale ça. Service interprétation yo en espagnol et arabe simultané pour réunion ça. Pour changer soit en espagnol ou soit arabe, tu peux choisir petite boîte ça qui peut apparaître dans partie en bas écran. Pour channel audio espagnol là, tu peux choisir espagnol. Pour channel audio arabe là, tu peux choisir coréen. Pour channel audio créole haïtien, tu peux choisir français. Pour channel audio somalien, tu peux choisir RIS. Si vous avez une difficulté technique, tu peux aller dans le numéro que vous avez écrit ou bien écrit dans le board là pour bailler témoignage.
Thank you, Jardine. Kelly, can you now turn the interpretation on?
Yes, I'll start it right now.
Okay, we're just going to wait about 30 seconds or so to allow folks to join the interpretation channels. We want to, there's the globe icon. I can see it now. Hopefully you can as well.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Can I interrupt for a second and remind anybody who is looking for English to select the globe icon and choose English? You must select it. You can't just default to none. So everybody, including the board members, needs to select English. Additionally, we have Councillor Michael Flaherty, who has another engagement. So I'm going to move him up so he can speak before we start, okay?
Okay, and while we wait for the counselor, also if you're having difficulty, there are numbers on well, not on this slide, but on the other slide that we can, we have help for you as well. So let's, please select the globe icon to everybody for your respective language. And we welcome Councillor Flaherty to the Zoom mic, I guess.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Chair Rojas, and members of the board. My name is City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty, and I would like to offer testimony in support of the redevelopment of the Mildred C. Haley Apartments. The project, as you will hear, will result in new updated housing for 253 existing Mildred Haley families with no displacement, which is amazing, as well as over 400 new apartments at a range of affordability, wide range, quite frankly, and it's something that I've continued to advocate for, give a broad range and give many folks an opportunity, and you're gonna see 30%, 50%, 60%, 80%, and 120% of AMI. The proponent has engaged with the community throughout the entire process, frankly, has a great reputation. In my experience as a member of the Boston City Council, the longest serving, Bart Mitchell is someone that stands by his product and project and works very closely with the community. He'll be adding a total of 56 project-based vouchers in response to community feedback. He's also conducted a community process that has garnered support from several elected officials, including my district colleague, District Councilor Matt O'Malley, the current council president, and other community leaders and members alike. So this proposal improvement aligns with the city's planning goal outlined in Imagine Boston 2030, as well as Plan JP Rocks. And most importantly, will bring much needed transformative change for both the current and the future residents and tenants. And therefore, offering my full support for this project and look forward to working with Bart and his team, as well as the BHA and the great work that Kate Bennett is doing on behalf of our city at the Boston Housing Authority. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty.
Madam Chair, Councillor Michelle Wu is here.
Welcome, Councillor Wu. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Hello to Administrator Bennett and friends from JPNDC as well. Just wanted to echo what has already been said by several of my colleagues this evening in support of the redevelopment of this project. Much has been said already and will be said later, so I'll keep it short. I just wanted to note in addition that my support was very much influenced by the recent adjustments as well to the project to increase the mix of affordability and to deepen it. So I want to thank everyone who's been involved in making sure that this has been a responsive conversation with the community. We always want to do more. We always need to do more. But this is a huge step to make sure that our public housing has funds for redevelopment and that we are keeping everyone stabilized in our communities and adding more opportunity for housing that's affordable as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wu. It's very exciting. Okay, again, if you have not already, please select the globe icon to select your language that you would like to use. And if you are having difficulty, if we could forward to that slide, activating interpretation or any other technical difficulties, please call the phone number on the screen. And take note of the phone number on the screen that corresponds to the language you speak. So I think we're gonna have to go to a different slide, one of the other ones. Oh, okay, perfect. If you have difficulty later in the meeting, you can call that number, or there's also an email address there, bpdaboard@boston.gov, and we will get your technical difficulties resolved. Okay, so let's see. I also want to remind everyone, or just make everyone aware, at about 7:30, we're going to take a brief recess to refresh our interpretation services. And now let's read the project here. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority being held in conformance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121A, and the Acts of 1960, Chapter 652, both as amended, and Boston Redevelopment Authority rules and regulations governing 121A projects in the city of Boston, adopted 1978, as amended to consider an application entitled Application of Mildred Haley 121A Corporation and Urban Renewal Redevelopment Charitable Organization to the Boston Planning and Development Agency for authorization and approval of a project under Chapter 121A of the General Laws and Acts of 1960, Chapter 652, both as amended, in conjunction with Phase 1 of the proposed Mildred Haley development project in Jamaica Plain. This hearing was duly advertised on March 31st, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity to do so. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any emailed testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Dana Whiteside will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Golden, and of course, as I'm starting, my grandfather clock goes off, so I'm going to mute myself just momentarily.
Full sounding clock. I think it's lovely, lovely background sound.
Thank you. It's an old clock, and I didn't want to turn it off and run the risk of breaking it.
No, you shouldn't.
Thank you again for the time this evening. For the record, my name is Dana Whiteside. I'm Deputy Director for Economic Development with the Boston Planning and Development Agency. And we are pleased to share with you this request for consideration of the approval of the Mildred Haley Phase 1, Chapter 121A development. As part of this evening's presentation, we'll share with you aspects of the project which focus on 3 key areas, including regulatory review, overall program and project benefits, and design considerations. As indicated in this Live, Work, Connect, Sustain slide, which you'll observe, the Mildred Haley project seeks to provide significant increase in the number of income-restricted units to the neighborhood. The site is under the ownership of the Boston Housing Authority, and the designation for its redevelopment was granted by the BHA to Center Street Partners, about whom you'll learn more over the course of this presentation. For the better part of a year and a half, collaboration with BHA, Department of Neighborhood Development, Boston Transportation Department, and BPDA, among other agencies, was undertaken to ensure that the proposed development of the overall Mildred Haley site would respond to the important principles of creating useful roadways and networks, creating beneficial open space, and connecting the development to existing amenities. Aspects of the project, when fully completed, will include the refurbishment of approximately 253 existing Boston Housing Authority units, which will be maintained at Section 8 compliant affordability levels, the construction of approximately 420 new rental units, all of which will be income restricted, that is to say no market rate units, the creation of enhanced internal roadways, pedestrian paths, an open space plaza, attention to knitting the development to the neighborhood and existing amenities, attention to trees, and correspondence to the southwest corridor, as well as approximately 8,300 square feet of community and program space, retail space, I should say, that will enliven Heath Street and Center Street edges, as well as a renewed and expanded Anime Cole Center. Very brief overview of some of the regulatory milestones associated with this and the public engagement therewith. Letter of intent submitted in February of 2020, project notification form submitted in September of 2020, a series of public meetings that ran from November 2020 to March 22nd of 2021. Following the submission of the project notification form, the BPDA issued a request for supplemental information to the development team, which they responded to on March 2nd, thereby initiating an additional comment period which ended on April 2nd. The project has also received its Boston Civic Design Commission approval on April 6th. And in addition, the project has received support from the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, among others. An important consideration and topic of discussion for the project has been the creation of affordable housing, and particularly for a project of this magnitude. As has been alluded earlier during the Article 80 process, the development team reduced the number of 175% AMI units and redistributed those throughout the project. And then following, as has been referenced earlier today by elected officials and others, the development team has recently advised the intention and commitment to applying for an additional 56 project-based vouchers, thereby providing even greater access to these income-restricted units to those who would be eligible for those vouchers. This concludes my remarks, and I would like to acknowledge the presence of Kate Bennett, Chief Executive of the Boston Housing Authority, Tronda Ellis, Chief Executive of Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Development Corporation, and Tamara Roy, Principal of Stantec Architects, who will advance the presentation for this evening, and following which I'll be happy to help assist with questions.
Thanks so much, Dana. Thanks, Dana. Madam Chair, board members, Director Golden, good evening. I'm Kate Bennett, Administrator and CEO of the Boston Housing Authority. I just want to introduce this item very briefly. First and foremost, to say what a priority it is to BHA to bring new homes to our residents at Mildred C. Haley in terms of physical conditions of particularly the Center Street towers, but also in terms of just quality of life on the ground in these buildings. We just really owe it to our residents to move from planning to implementation. Our residents have worked really hard with the developer and community partners over the past 4 years to arrive at a feasible project that addresses, in my view, a huge complexity of needs and concerns. And I think that the support that you've already heard from elected officials, you'll hear more from residents and others in the community, indicates that we've achieved a project that will be both transformative for existing residents, but also address many of the broader needs within the neighborhood. We've pushed really hard on affordability, so has the community, and I'm really delighted that the developers have been able to respond not only by eliminating that market tier, but now also by adding more deeply affordable units beyond even the 252 replacement units. And so, and in my experience across all of our redevelopment work, that's a very unique model. And so I want to thank the team. I want to thank BPDA staff as always. And I really want to thank the community and our residents for their time and efforts in getting us to this really great point. Thank you.
We'll turn it over now to Rhonda Ellis.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board, Director Golden, and all of our public officials, and especially good evening to all of our community members. I am Tronda Ellis. I'm the CEO of the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Development Corporation, and I'm joined here this evening with members of our team. I'd like to advance the slides, please. Not sure who's. And one more, thank you. Just so we can see our team. The JPNDC community builders and our partners at Urban Edge have been working together for many years on advancing the goals of the kind of crossroads between JP and Roxbury in Jackson Square. And we are thrilled to have been selected by the BHA and in partnership with the BHA to work on the first phase of the Mildred Haley development or redevelopment. I just want to introduce Bart Mitchell, Amelia Dorsley, and a number of the team members here who are working tirelessly and have worked tirelessly over the last 4 years since our designation. But prior to that, really many of the community members of Mildred C. Haley who worked with us for hundreds of hours in reimagining the Jackson Square redevelopment, all of which this team has helped to restitch roughly 11 acres up to this point. And so we're really delighted to be here this evening to talk about redeveloping the first phase of Mildred C. Haley. Next slide, please. Just wanted to also just share that we will hear from our design team this evening. And so my focus is really to talk a little bit more about the community process. So next slide. So I'm just sharing here this evening the first phase of the work. And so you're seeing in the orange, if we go back one. Thank you. So we can see kind of at the crossroad of Jackson Square, where Columbus Avenue and Center meet, we are looking at in orange the outline of the first phase of the redevelopment area. As we understand, Mildred Haley Apartments is a pretty expansive area and footprint across the lower section of Jackson Square in Jamaica Plain. Our focus area is on really bringing transformation to, as many of our colleagues have said this evening, transformation to some of the more difficult buildings in terms of physical condition. Certainly, this is a community. We understand that of individuals who have been members and neighbors in Jackson Square and in JP for many generations. And so we have focused our thinking around community consideration. So if we could look at the next slide, please. I just wanted to share a little bit about what that community engagement process has looked like up until this point. We could just do the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so since the designation for the last 4 years, our teams have really worked across various sectors of the resident community, both with building support and building trust and building awareness of the many members of our community outreach efforts, both within the JPNDC and community builders, but also at Urban Edge. So several resident meetings, a extensive door knocking process that led to hundreds of survey responses around and from the members of the community who really talked to us openly about their sense of what community should and needed to look like. So what you're seeing is images of some of that activation since 2017. I will tell you that many of our organizations, as members of this community for over 40 years, have been working with many residents in the Mildred C. Haley Apartments on multiple fronts, including safety, food security in the latter part of this year, and other stabilization efforts. Our outreach efforts and our ability to listen and respond are the things that we are most proud of. And so as you hear this presentation this evening, what you will see and hear is that iterative process. We're not perfect. Obviously, we work and live in a community of very active members, our seniors, our folks who have been in and holding JP and Roxbury, Lower Roxbury together for many decades, but also our new residents. And we treat everyone with respect in that regard. And so I want to share really how we have come to arrive at this place where obviously, as community developers, we have always focused on affordable housing and that being a cornerstone. But there are dialogues that we have had to have with our members, with ourselves around both what is the right fit, what is the right mix. And we think that what we have arrived at this evening is a balanced approach to responding to the needs of today. Next slide.
Rhonda, as we move to the next slide, I'm going to advocate that we move a little bit.
Yep. Okay. So I think I've touched on all of these master plan goals, but I will just reiterate that focus on equity and advancing kind of dialogue across community is really the key here. We've talked a lot about sustainability and other community programming and support, but I wanted to really bring home that comment about the work that we're doing around engagement. Next slide, please. So we've talked about the 673 income restricted, all affordable units, open space, community space. What I will say is that for the 253 residents of this community, we are really excited about being able to do relocation in place and then building new homes and new space and new opportunity around the site. Next slide, please. So I wanted to really focus on this, and as of, I believe, a couple days ago, this income mix has been updated just again as a reflection of our working with many of the voices to respond to concerns that we've heard. So what you will see is about 38% of our units, these are the replacement units, that's our pre-focus, and then our expanded affordable housing work, which brings about 40% of these units for individuals who are between 50 and 60% AMI, and then a new moderate tier. So if you look at the comparison, as we've said this evening, we have moved quite a bit in our thinking, in our coalition building, and in our response to outreach and response to the overall mix of affordability. As of earlier in this week, we've added a deepened commitment on the Section 8 replacement units to add additional voucher asks in our funding applications to really increase that number. About 56 additional asks will go out in our applications for deeper affordability. I will also note that just as a benefit or a response to our work, we are often entertaining, welcoming residents of our community from across the community who are also Section 8 mobile voucher holders, and that's something that we don't often say very publicly, but that is definitely a function and a benefit of the work that we do in affordable housing. So these numbers would increase by those applicants who do look to participate in our housing programs. Next slide. So I'm thankful for your time. I'm going to turn it over to Tamara Roy from our partner design team at Stantec. Thank you.
Thank you, Taronda. I'm representing the entire design team of Stantec, Ground Inc., PCA, and Brown, Richardson, and Rowe. And we are so happy to be at this point in this project. Starting with the urban design, most existing streets that approach Mildred Haley currently arrive in parking lots, and all the buildings look similar. The new master plan seeks to reconnect Mildred Haley to its neighbors, creating more retail vibrancy along Center Street and proposing a variety of buildings that can be constructed in phases with a minimum of relocation for existing residents. Next. So first, one of the things we did was we extended Heath Street and Bickford Street through the project and improved them with pedestrian-friendly sidewalks, trees, and raised areas that will slow cars down, shown in the areas labeled A here. Next. Second, we extended Parker Street as well, turning it into a pedestrian-only green passage to Center Street, and we extended Bickford into a pedestrian way toward the T, adding landscape and trees to reduce the heat island effect. Next. Third, we have green courtyards for the residents and a public plaza at the Anime Coal Center, a place for community meetings, sports, and other events. Wherever possible, we've sought to keep the old growth trees on the site while adding a substantial amount of new green landscape. Next. The Phase 1 buildings by PCA are designed to complement the Southwest Corridor Park with new gardens and accessible paths that connect to all of Mildred Haley beyond. Next. The materials of the buildings are chosen to complement the mixture of brick and clapboards in the surrounding neighborhood, and the new streets and pocket parks are welcoming and green. Next. The massing setbacks help to break down the scale of the buildings, and there are also places for moments of color and joy. This view shows the new plaza at the Anime Cool Center. Next. And this last view is a view of Building 1B with its courtyard and community gardens next to the Southwest Corridor. In closing, I'd just like to say that this project provides over 2.5 times more affordable housing than is there currently in new, energy efficient, accessible, healthy buildings with new streets and green passages that connect to the lush Southwest Corridor. It'll provide long-lasting public benefits to the existing and the future residents, the surrounding neighborhood, and the city. And we thank you very much.
That concludes the presentation, Madam Chair. We're happy to proceed with the meeting at your pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are now we'll hold off on board question and comments, and we'll move to the public testimony. So we're now moving into the public testimony. So at this time, we ask that you raise your hand. Secretary Polhemus will call on you. We ask that you please announce your name and affiliation and your position on the proposed project. And we will be taking periodic breaks every 30 minutes or so, just to give some relief to the interpreters and do some switches. Okay. So with that, Secretary Polhemus.
Sorry about that. Lourdes Vieira, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Join the call.
Lourdes?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, how you doing?
Great.
Yeah, my mom waited for a transfer. No, pregunta, tú dile que. My name is Alice Rivera. I'm a tenant in 50 La Martin Street. Hello?
Yes. Yeah.
Papi, habla. Yes, and I'm wondering why I'm waiting for a transfer to move out from here. It's emergency transfer. How long do it take? Hello?
To hear you.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah. Yes, Kate. Can you just
Yeah. I'm happy to get your information and get back to you on that. It's it really depends on the situation.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And when they gonna break the projects down?
Okay.
I'll get back to you.
Okay.
So
go ahead, Kate.
I don't know if the board wants me to answer questions or.
So we typically don't answer questions. It's a comment period. I'd appreciate if we could, so what we will do is make note of the questions, and so the board members will, as well as agency staff, will make sure that those are addressed during the board back and forth and comments on the project. So we are welcoming, any and all people who want to give a testimony. You have 2 minutes to say whether to give your position and provide us your comments. And if there's a question in there, we'll note it and make sure that it is addressed somehow.
Madam Chair, I'm also happy to help with dealing with questions after the meeting too, for the ones like Mrs. Vieira.
Right. We'll get the big themes of the questions and make sure that those are honored. And then any specific questions, any or individual questions, we'll make sure to route you to the appropriate resource for that.
Okay, great. Carmen Baez, go ahead and unmute yourself. Carmen, you need to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
¿Sí? ¿Me escuchan ahora?
Sí.
Sí.
¿Sí?
Sí, sigue, porfa.
¿Ya? ¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Sí.
Carmen, do you have any comments?
¿Me escucha? ¿Me escucha? ¿Ya?
Sí.
Señora Carmen,
Estoy levantando la mano
preguntar?
para decir que estoy muy contenta y que estoy muy ya, porque es un proyecto que lo hemos estado esperando por muchos años.
Muchas gracias, Carmen.
Ya, y estamos contentos de que ya por fin se nos va a dar. Ya. Apoyo totalmente el proyecto, lo apoyo al 100%.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Carmen.
Gracias.
Excuse me, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
how
go ahead.
Teresa is just gonna
Hold on, Priscilla, hold on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, John, go ahead. Could you just summarize what Carmen said?
Okay, got it.
I'm very happy because this is something we've been waiting on for many, many years. And I'm really happy that it's finally going to happen. I support it 100%.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. All right, thank you for everyone bearing with us as we figure this out. So we have another comment.
Mark Abuna, go ahead. Abuna, go ahead and
Ibunya.
unmute.
Good afternoon, members of the BPDA board. My name is Mark Ibunya. I'm a resident at 225 Center Street, and I'm a member of the Impact Advisory Group for this project. And I just want to say that I'm very much in support of this project, both for the betterment of the Jackson Square neighborhood. I have had the privilege of living in Jackson Square in this particular building for the last 6 years. And I recognize that this building is also a part of the larger revitalization of Jackson Square. And I would love to see the same kind of level of amenities for other Section 8 housing folks, including the folks who live in my building and had the privilege of new, modern, and safe, affordable housing. And my building is a market rate building that does have Section 8 units in it, tenants in it. And again, I'm incredibly appreciative of the work that everyone has done. Serious kudos to everybody on every staff, from Dana to the interpreters to all of the nonprofit staff. This has been an amazing process to be a part of. I would just say I only wish that the building could be bigger because we have such an affordable housing crisis. I myself consider I'm technically classed as lower middle income. My partner and I would not technically qualify for 120% AMI. So I am slightly sad to see that go, because there are significant rental pressures that are happening to many of us millennials who also have difficulty. And I recognize that as we compete on the rental market, that we are also in direct competition with the same amount of housing as the folks who are being displaced from the folks who want to move to this neighborhood. So I laud this development for being growth. In here in my unit faces 25 Amory Street, which is a project by JPNDC. And I just want to say this project team has been amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Councilor O'Malley, I see that you have your hand up again. Did you have something you wanted to say quickly? Or is that hand up a mistake? I'm going to take it as a mistake. Minor Perez, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. I'd like to first start by saying that about time. Kudos to Kate Bennett for doing an amazing job moving this project forward. This is greatly needed. With respect to the building of the units, we have hundreds of union carpenters that live in the area who are looking forward to the work opportunities that this will create, keeping in mind the hiring of responsible employers that will utilize people who are on the books. That's greatly appreciated, and we're in 100% in support of this project. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Minor. Carolyn Royce, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. My name's Carolyn Royce. I'm a resident of Jamaica Plain. I'm on the IAG. I also appreciate, as Mark said, being on this project. It's been very exciting to follow. I admire the project very much. It's very ambitious. It does what I wish many developments would do, which is protect the existing tenants and have high affordability. It's bringing some great retail and community space. I'm really excited about the connections. The team has taken a lot of attention to put in great pathways and courtyards. And I really like the street extensions, and they're grappling with how the traffic will proceed. There's a lot of pedestrian, bike, and vehicle improvements in this project that really bring a lot of benefits to Jamaica Plain. I just have a couple of things. I do not know what the right income mix is there. I appreciate that it's mixed income. My concern is that the project have enough funding every year to really maintain a great level of services and maintenance. And whatever it would take to do that, I think is necessary. I also appreciate the parking on site. We always get cut back on parking. It's important for the retail and the families who live there. So I appreciate all the care Center Street partners have taken with the design, with the outreach, with all of their experience with having good jobs for people. So I just am very much in support of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Lisette Estrella, unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Lisette Estrella. I reside at 265 Center Street. I've been living here since December 31st of 2012. I have only one daughter. She's I'm going to say a junior at Boston College now, and I'm very excited, but I do have testimonies of the conditions of these buildings are very, very hazardous, I'm going to say, especially the stairwells. There's cracks in the hallways, in the stairwells. The living condition outside of the building, it might look a little bit nice, but inside the buildings, it doesn't look that great. It's not good. It's very, very poor condition, and I feel very bad because I know that the workers here at Mildred Haley, they really try their best, but it's time that they tore down these buildings. I'm not going to say renovate because that's just a waste of money. And I'm looking forward to the future of Mildred Haley, which is living in a new development, in new apartments, in a new neighborhood. And I agreed with the lady that spoke before, Carolyn. We're looking forward to the pathways, to all the greenery that's going to be around the area. There's going to be a lot of safety. There's going to be a lot of, where people can ride their bikes, where children can play safely, where we can go for walks, and all the neighbors, all my neighbors are just looking forward to this. And I'm just happy that all these agencies have come together in partnership in building the future of Mildred Haley and Jamaica Plain. And that's all I'm going to say for now. And thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Leonard, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Leonard, and I'm an active volunteer with children and youth programs at Mildred Haley Apartments, and I'm a regular participant in the partners group that's led by the Tenant Association. I'm also co-chair of the volunteer advisory group PMAC for the Southwest Corridor Park, and I live on Lawn Street, which is just a few blocks from the Mildred Haley Apartments. So in these roles, I've appreciated the development partners, have been in communication with partners, and have been attuned to the needs of the community. I'm strongly in support of this project. The partners have been in communication around community spaces, community gardens, our children's garden program, design of the plaza and the pathways and the other details. And I've seen that partners have worked closely with the residents to plan the project, and I see that the residents are eager to see the project move forward. And I think that the diverse income mix will be healthy. The physical improvements and the community amenities will benefit the residents. So I'm happy to express my support for this project. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Hillary Rash, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I'll be reading testimony on behalf of Janet. So quote, sorry, it's my cat. Quote, good evening. I am a resident living at 24 Heath Street in Jamaica Plain. I am submitting my testimony for the 121A hearing of the Mildred Haley Apartments. I am asking the BPDA board to attach the following conditions to approving the project. The community builders must apply for more than 16 vouchers in its new units. The community builders must change more 80% AMI units to 60% AMI and below. You all claim that your goal is to continue housing low-income families, but why aren't you meeting our demands? We aren't asking for much. We're talking about families who will end up unsheltered, families with kids. You are ignoring those kids by disregarding our demands. You apply more anxiety and worrisome towards them, fearing when the day will come and they'll end up evicted and on the streets. Is that what you want to be recognized as? Monsters who will willingly let families go unhoused because of their greed. Put those families in mind when voting. We are counting on you to do the right thing. Don't fail us again. End quote.
Thank you, Hillary. Lisa T., you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name's Lisa. I live in Jamaica Plain on Forest Hill Street near Eggleston Square. I've lived in Jamaica Plain for around 20 years and I've seen the rents more than double over this time. Friends and community members have had to move due to rising rents. We need more deeply affordable housing, especially new development on public land. I feel like I want to pause there again. This is public land that we need to be developing more deeply affordable housing. I don't want more of my neighbors to be displaced. I'm echoing the demands of the people most impacted by this development. I'm asking that the BPDA board attach the following conditions to approving the project. The community builders must apply for more vouchers, more than 16 vouchers in its new units, and that they also must change more 80% AMI units to 60% AMI and below. And I'm specifically also naming the community builders because we know that JPNDC and Urban Edge are already developing deeply affordable units. So the community builders should apply for 75 vouchers in its new units. They should change at least 27 of the 80% AMI units to 60% and below. And so that 150 new units are at 60% AMI and below. Please approve the project with the conditions requiring that the community builders gets closer to these goals. The community builders can apply for more vouchers from this new city program that will accept applications for at least 400 vouchers this year and next year. It's more than reasonable for them to apply for more and to ensure that the project will ensure that the project is financially feasible. Reports like the most recent one from WBUR and public testimony have shown that the majority of Boston residents say that Boston rents are unaffordable and that the majority of residents make less than 60% AMI. This is a racial justice issue and ask that these reasonable requests be added before this project is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Katie Connolly, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, thanks for letting me talk. My name is Katie Connolly, and I'm a Boston resident. And I really care about the affordability of this project. And I'm also echoing the demands and message of people that most impacted. I would also like to just uplift the request that the BPDA board attach the following conditions to approving the project, adding more vouchers, more than 16 vouchers, and also changing the AMI, the 80% AMI units to 60% and below. And just to reiterate the fact that the majority of Boston renters make less than 60% AMI, which is something that Lisa mentioned, but I think that's really significant. So we can see that the units that are outside of that are likely to invite displacement in a community that's already suffered a lot of displacement. And we really need more deeply affordable housing. And again, this is a racial justice issue since most people of color in Boston make 0 to 30% AMI, 40% or 50% AMI. So those are the people that get left out. So thank you for the changes that have already been made. And again, this is a call to the community builders to add more vouchers and to change more 80% AMI units to 60% AMI and below in order to move forward on the project. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Katie. Yolanda Torres.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Yolanda Torres. I'm the president of the Mildred C. Haley Tenant Task Force. And I'm definitely so excited this is happening. But one of the things about the residents, they willing to see, the rent. They speak a lot about the rent. I'll be like, well, this is something you have to speak, but this is going to happen. At least you're going to have a brand new home. I know bricks don't last forever. So, but about it's the thing is like I was really very, very worried is like every resident be speaking to me and saying like, am I really moving to a new apartment? I was like, are you in the old one? So you're going to be in a new one. So they're so excited. So that means like they willing to see a new, I would say, I don't know what to say. They're so excited, but they keep asking me when it's going to happen. But, and one of the other things is like they say that some trees are gonna go down, but it's like obviously I mentioned them. Tree have to go down. We have to move people, so we need to make building. So trees can be placed in some place else. It's gonna take long to grow, but it's gonna it's better have a building for family, especially a lot of family shelters. So there are a lot of needs. I went through that too. So. Like representing all the residents here and working hard with them. I'm very excited, very happy this is happening. So thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. Maria Patron. You can unmute yourself.
Okay. My name is Maria Petrone. I live in Jamaica Plain for around almost 28 years. I'm very happy that project is happening because that project is waiting for a long time. I'm very, very happy because that's changed the visibility to the Center Street and the Jamaica Plain. And I'm very happy that project is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Is that all?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Ghislaine Destine. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it properly. Ghislaine, Ghislaine, Destine. You need to unmute yourself. Okay, if you're having difficulty, you can call 617-918-4236 and we will help you. Thank you. Maria Cristina Blanco. Go ahead, Maria.
I can't tell if I'm unmuted.
You're unmuted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yes, my name is Maria Cristina Blanco, and I live at 65 Cornwall Street, number 110 in Jamaica Plain. And I've lived mostly in the Jamaica Plain and backside of Mission Hill neighborhood since about 1997. And, remember as a young adult taking part in planning sessions for, the areas of Jackson Square that are starting to be developed now, and how, people wanted safe, they wanted safe and dignified housing. We wanted like green space. We wanted youth centers and activities. And so it's exciting to see some of those needs being met through this planning. I'm happy to hear from the residents in Mildred Haley that they've worked out something that, as was noted in the introductory remarks, is not common for public housing across our city. That their housing is guaranteed and they're not going to be displaced by the redevelopment, and every public housing unit is going to be replaced. And I think that's wonderful and excellent. And so I also wanted to come here tonight to make some comments about what I think should be done to strengthen this proposal. And basically other folks have made reference to, there's some kind of community standards and conditions that neighborhood residents want put on these types of large redevelopment plans. And so my concern is that the part that's being developed by the community builders, not JPNDC, which I think is doing an excellent job, or BHA, which again, it's excellent that they're not displacing anyone and that they're going to increase the quality of the housing there. But so the community builders is responsible for some of the more less affordable pieces of it. And I really think that they need to be held to a standard of doing better. I was very involved in the Plan JP Rocks,
Thank you. With respect, Maria Cristina, I again appreciate and will +1 and echo on those themes of the public demands on voucher mix affordability, and we'll address those in the comment period. But to be fair, I do have to cut you off again with respect.
Tina Patch, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, I have to apologize first because I had my COVID test, so I'm kind of feeling a little sick right now. But
oh my God, me too, man. I'm wishing you the best.
Thank you, but it was so important for me to speak today. I stay up and I was like, I have to speak before I go to bed. I wanted to say, well, first of all, my name is Tina Patch and I live in the community at 962 Parker Street. And I moved here in 2018 out of an illness. I find myself having to move in the neighborhood, and it was an eye opener. I realized how much the Boston authorities need to, how can I say it, make sure that the people living here are seen. And this project is finally doing it. I was among the building captain during the awareness process, and it felt like it was going for way too long, and everybody was complaining when exactly this project is going to happen. We've been waiting forever. Are they playing with us? It is a joke. No one. Most of my neighbors were in disbelief. They thought it was just a scheme to keep us in the neighborhood, but it's finally happening. Looks like it, and I am so happy. And to be honest with you, I was planning on moving out of the neighborhood after I feel better, because I was like, I cannot raise my daughter here. This is not acceptable, and it was making my illness even worse. But thank you. I see that I have 30 seconds. This project is happening. Things are going to change, and the most important part is that you even have room for people to gradually move into different apartments as their income change, which is great, because I love the location. It was just, you know what I'm trying to say. So if I can be allowed to move into different apartment as my income change, that's great. It's like a dream come true. Thank you again for letting me.
Thank you, Tina, and good health. Rest up, drink a lot of water.
Thank you, Tina. Julio Nunez, unmute yourself. Oh, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. My name is Julio Nunez, and I live in Eggleston in Boston, specifically Roxbury. I am asking the BPDA board to attach the following conditions to approve the project. Condition number 1, the community builders must apply for more than 16 vouchers in its new units. Condition number 2, the community builders must change more 80% AMI units to 60% AMI units and below. Okay? More 80% AMI units should go down to 60% AMI units, because simply the people that live here, they don't make enough money to live in 80% AMI units. A family of 2 roughly makes $25,000 to $30,000 a year. If you put an 80% AMI units, a family of 2 will roughly make simply $76,200 minimum. The community builders should apply for more than 16 vouchers because, people that live here should have a right to live in that new building when they remodel it. They're building in public land, So I believe that I live here, right? I live in Eggleston, so I think I have a right to speak on behalf of my community, This past week, the community builders only agreed to apply for 16 vouchers, and they didn't agree to lower the rents in any more 80% AMI units. What do I think about this? I think it's not right, You're not building for people that they don't live here. You're trying to bring, a different society here. And who knows, they might even look at us and they might even look down on us. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Julio. Josefina, go ahead and unmute yourself. Josefina Osorio, can you unmute yourself?
Josefina, ¿puedes hablar?
Sí, buena. Estoy muy emocionada de todos estos cambios que van a haber. Creo que la comunidad necesita ese cambio, lo estamos esperando. Tiempo. Y estoy completamente de acuerdo con la construcción, completamente, efectivamente. Y yo trabajo en Haley Tenant Organization. Gracias.
Can one of the Spanish interpreters interpret Josefina's comments?
Okay. Hi, this is John. So I'm going to interpret what I got from her.
Josefina said that she's so happy that this changes is coming to the community. That they have been waiting for long.
Okay, hold on. We've got translation.
Hold on just a second.
We've got 2 people translating, so let's.
Yeah. Ruth?
Yes.
Can you hold on for a second and let John translate into English for us, please?
No problem.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Okay, so she said finally it's going to happen. I support it 100%. I am very excited with all the changes going on. I think the community needed change, and we've all been waiting for it for a while. I'm really happy with construction, and she mentioned she works at, I don't know what she mentioned that she was working at. It was like Haley something.
Okay. All right, thank you, John. Do the interpreters need if the interpreters need to switch off right now and give themselves a break with their partners, you can go ahead and do that? I'm just going to give them a few, 15 seconds or so, and then we'll continue with comments. Okay, Mary Tamer, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I'm Mary Tamer. I'm candidate for Boston City Council in District 6, and I want to speak in support of this project. I believe this will be a transformational project for Jamaica Plain and for the city of Boston, and it culminates years of careful planning, and I just wanted to go on record as being in full support of the project as proposed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mary. Amanda Govan? Unmute yourself.
Thank you for having me speak tonight. My name is Amanda Govan. I am one of the representatives for Reclaim Roxbury. I've lived all across the city of Boston. Right now, I live in Lenox Street, which is Lower Roxbury, South End. And I have a written testimony that I'll be reading certain parts of due to limited time. I am asking the BPDA board to attach the following conditions to approve the project. Approving the project. 1, the community builders must apply for more than 16 vouchers in his new units. 2, the community builders must change more 80% AMI units to 60% AMI units and below. The community builders should allow for 75 vouchers in his new units. They should change 27 of his 80% AMI units to 60% AMI and below, so that 150 new units are at 60% AMI and below. Please approve the project with conditions requiring that the community builders get closer to these goals. The board should ask the community builders why they are not applying for city vouchers or more than 16 vouchers in their large buildings. The board should ask the community builders whether applying for vouchers and deepening affordability is financially possible. The community needs more housing for families making less than $25,000 a year and $50,000 a year, because this is basically a low-income neighborhood, and you have to include all the incomes of the neighborhood, not just the ones that you want to be there. The community builders say that they are doing enough 0 to 60% AMI units and have a philosophical difference in wanting to keep so many 80 to 120% AMI units. They have refused to make a reasonable compromise, even though applying for more vouchers and adding more 0 to 60% AMI units would hurt them financially. My reaction to the community builders' lack of compromise is very upsetting, and is highly out of touch with reality, because there are a lot of low-income families in Boston, and housing is a basic human right no matter how much you make a year. The community builders say they believe building 80 to 100% AMI units is important, and they don't want to make those rents lower. A 2-bedroom unit will cost more than...
Thank you for your comments, Amanda. With all due respect, we have a two minute limit, and we will address the themes of your concerns in the question and answer session. Thank you very much for participating.
Wilfredo Barroso. I don't know if I said that right.
It's Barroso, yes.
Go ahead.
I am all for the construction of the new buildings and everything, but I do agree with the person before me that we do need to more vouchers for the 60% and lower class. Because all I'm seeing right now in Boston is a whole bunch of market rent apartments being done and very little middle class and lower class apartments in these new buildings. So I agree with the apartment buildings being redone over. I think it'll look beautiful, but we do need more vouchers for the lower class.
Does that conclude your remarks, Wilfredo?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, thank you. George, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name is George Lee. I'm an organizer with Keep It 100, and just want to contrast what the community standards are around affordability versus what the community builders prioritizes. So in Plan JP Rocks, which was a long community process, the BPDA passed that document, and it says that the priority is to build as many affordable apartments at 50% AMI and below as possible. In addition, the vast majority of renters in Boston who are cost burdened, who pay more than 50% of their income on rent, make 30% AMI or 60% AMI, not 80% AMI, not 120% AMI. It's people of color also mostly make 30, 40, 50, or 60. And so what the community builders is doing, they have a lot of charts and they can spin things a certain way. But if you look at the new units that they're building, not counting the replacement units, and you don't count JP Neeson Urban Edge, just the community builders, their new buildings are majority 80 and 120% AMI. So Bart shaking his head, look at the new units in the community builders buildings, majority 80 and 120% AMI, which means a 2-bedroom is at least $1,700. That's way too expensive for what most people can make. So people have talked about the conditions about requiring that the community builders applies for more vouchers and lowers more of those 80 AMIs to 60. We want 27 of those 80% AMIs to be lowered. We want more vouchers. Chairperson Rojas, you had said you would be addressing this in the next period. I'd ask if you can ask some specific questions to get around some of the talking points that the community builders often gives. If you can ask them specifically, okay, y'all say you're going to apply for 56 more vouchers. How many of those are from the community builders? And can you apply on top of those? Can you apply to the new city voucher program? Are you planning to do that on top of those 56? Number two, if you can ask the community builders, is it financially feasible because you get more rents with those vouchers? Is it financially feasible to change more 80% AMI units to 60% AMI? And if it is feasible, then why don't you meet those community needs and change some of those 80s to get to lower rents so it's not just 1,700 rents for those 2 bedrooms? Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Yvette Fernandez, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Yvette Fernandez. I live at 75 Amory Ave Apartments. I can actually see Mildred Haley from my window. As a Jamaica Plain community member, JPNDC board member, and recipient of affordable housing in the area, I fully support the redevelopment of Mildred Haley as is. In my personal experience, as my economic status changes and income increases, I'm worried that I will be displaced as I reach over 60% AMI. I see there are not a lot of options in Jamaica Plain for my family and I. And unless more affordable home ownership is built in Jamaica Plain, I, along with many other minority single mothers in the area, are forced to make a choice to strive for professional development and increase wages, or accept that we can't grow economically without facing displacement. I ask the board to consider this and to please push this development forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Yvette. Nyla Osorio, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm all for the development and the projects. The only concern that I really have is that there's not a lot of options for us of low income. And I'm all for, a nice renovated complex and bringing more green into the Center Street. Sorry, I'm out of breath. But it is a concern that some of the people that are living in the projects are not going to be able to afford living there. And it just kind of seems a little money greedy in order to bring in different wages. And I understand, Boston is getting a little bit more expensive, but at the same time, I think the comfortability and the safety of us low income does matter, and we should get an opportunity to live comfortably just as anybody else. So that's definitely a concern, but I am all for the project. I just think a little bit of adjustment should be considered. Thank you.
Thanks. Lisette Estrella, you have your hand up again, but you've already testified, and we only allow people to testify once, so I won't be calling on you again. Is there anybody else who would like to testify?
Actually, I just wanted to double check, Lisette, if there's someone else that's going to speak, that's definitely okay. But you know, the 2 minutes is the limit, so. I'll
unmute her.
There we go. Okay. Yeah. No, thank you. Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to testify? Please raise your blue hand right now. Okay. Madam Chair, that concludes the public hearing portion of this meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for you know, being respectful of the time and participating today. It's very, very commendable, and we appreciate you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
With apologies for the interruption.
Please.
I would like to note that there are some letters.
Oh yeah.
That I would want to read into the record or to acknowledge.
Yeah, let's do that.
Great. I'll be efficient with the use of time.
Please.
So I'm going to read the first letter and acknowledge that this letter is one of 43 that were sent. I'll read the content, naming the person who sent it, but also acknowledge that this letter, the content of this letter, has also been provided in the digital 42 like it. So this is an email from Hannah H. Good afternoon. I'm submitting this testimony for the 121A hearing on the Mildred Haley apartments. I live in Dorchester at 24 Ventura Street. I'm asking the BPDA board to attach the following conditions to approving the project. 1, the community builders must apply for more than 16 vouchers at its new units. 2, the community builders must change more than 80% AMI units to 60% AMI and below. In Boston, there is a huge difference between 80% AMI and 60% AMI, and even then, people at 30% and 20% and 10% AMI still need to be able to rent and get by in this city, and next to nothing is deeply affordable to the people who need it most. The majority of Boston renters make less than 60% AMI, and most people of color in Boston make between 0 and 30% AMI, 40% and 50% AMI. Keeping apartments at 80 to 120% AMI leaves the majority of people of color out. 80% AMI rents for a 2-bedroom are $1,719 a month, much more than what most Bostonian residents can afford. Please take all necessary steps to make more deeply affordable units. And again, that letter, the content of that letter is also articulated in the additional 42 like it. I'm going to move to the.
Do you have additional letters?
I do. I have about 5
Perfect.
more.
Okay.
That are different. Sorry.
No. This is the process.
That's what we do. That's right.
Yeah.
So this next letter is from Marie Hilaire. She says, hello, my name is Marie Maud Hilaire. I live at 52 Lamartine Street, apartment 254, Jamaica Plain. I support the redevelopment of Mildred Haley Apartments. Thank you for making a better environment for everyone. Or just a moment. The next note is from Ria Rodell. Hello, my name is Ria Brodell. My apologies. My name is Ria Brodell, and I have been a resident of Jamaica Plain for almost 20 years. I currently live at 590 Center Street, apartment 7. I'm emailing you about the 121A vote on the Mildred Haley Apartments and asking that the BPDA and Mayor require changes from the community builders. The city must require the community builders to apply for more vouchers and to make their new units deeply affordable. The city must require the community builders to change more of their 80% AMI units to 60% AMI. The majority of the new units that the community builders are building are too expensive, with AMIs of 80 to 120%. This past week, they only agreed to add a small number of vouchers and refused to make any 80% AMI units more affordable. I love living in JP, but as an adjunct professor and artist, I wonder every year when my lease renews if I will be able to afford to stay in JP. JP truly needs affordable housing. We need to do everything we can to prevent displacement, protect diversity, and use public land for low-income housing. Thank you for your consideration. This letter. Bear with me just a moment, please. The next letter is from Katie Aldrich. My name is Katie Aldrich, and I'm emailing you from 27 Chilcott Place in Boston. I'm submitting testimony for the 121A hearing on the Mildred Haley Apartments. Please, please, please attach the following conditions to the project. The community builders must apply for more than 16 vouchers in its new units. The community builders must change more 80% units to 60% units and below. If you want what is best for the community builders should apply for 75 vouchers in its new units. They should change 27 of its 80% units to 60% AMI and below, so that 150 new units are at 60% AMI and below. Please approve the project with conditions requiring the community builders to get closer to these goals. The community builders is currently only applying for 8 vouchers in each of the 2 buildings, and these buildings are huge, far larger than those from JP&DC and Urban Edge, who applied for the same number of vouchers. More units and space mean they must apply for more vouchers. Also, I'm sure everyone in this email knows that the majority of Boston renters make less than 60% AMI, and most people of color in Boston make below 50%. Keeping apartments at 80 to 120% AMI removes access to these units from people of color. Housing is a human right, and housing justice means racial justice. What side of history will you stand on? And the next letter, final letter, is from Teresa Rodriguez. Dear BPDA Board, I'm pleased to express my support for the Mildred Haley Phase 1 development, project proposed by Center Street Partners, comprised of TCB, Jamaica Plain Development Corporation, and Urban Edge. The project will transform a site with a physically obsolete buildings into an approximately 673-unit affordable and moderate-income development with substantial interior and exterior community space. As a 20-year resident of Jamaica Plain, I'm glad to see this type of investment in renovating public housing and also creating new housing for the community. As an Urban Edge board member, I am proud of the work on this project thus far. Thank you for your consideration of my comment. And that concludes the letters.
Okay, thank you, Dana.
Madam Chair, I believe Dustin Gardner works for an elected official.
Okay. Yes, we will take his comment.
Dustin?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Dustin Gardner, on behalf of City Councilor Andrea Campbell. She wanted me to come and speak on behalf of her, and she wanted to say that she's proud to support the Mildred Haley Apartments redevelopment, along with Representative Elugardo and District Councilor Matt O'Malley. This will preserve and add affordable units while JP&DC and Center Street Partners continue to serve the interests of all the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin.
Thank you, Dustin. Okay, so that concludes our public testimony. Again, thank you for participating. We will now move on to board member questioning. Or do we do a rebuttal first?
You can do rebuttal first.
So developers, would you like to do a brief rebuttal to public testimony?
Madam Chair, I would just, I'll defer to my colleagues, but my sense is that we are talking about very broad racial justice, housing justice issues that are super complex. And I think everybody agrees that all of our principles on the issues are in alignment. So I would rather have questions from the board in response to the questions that were asked by the community, and we're happy to answer. As I said earlier, we're going to be here in the community with all the members, and we're happy to continue the dialogue.
That makes sense. So we're now opening it up to questions from the board.
Well, I don't have a question, but I would like to say that I think this is such a powerful project, and to have this collaboration between BHA, the JPNDC, Urban Edge, and community builders, this kind of powerhouse team is what is going to bring vibrancy and dignity in housing and better public spaces. And it's a great example of how to combine public resources with private resources on behalf of all the people in our neighborhood and our city. And, you know, we're seeing this more and more, but I just want to commend this specific group who have collaborated for years with all of the residents who have participated and all the members of the IAG and all the people who spoke tonight. You know, it's all the voices together that make this project so powerful. And I just want to commend everybody who has worked on this. It's such a testament to the values of people in our city that this type of project is happening in Jamaica Plain. And so just really appreciate what is happening in our neighborhood and in our city. And it's complex, it's difficult, but it takes all the voices. And the good thing about this team is that this team wants to incorporate all the voices and has worked really hard to do that. And I think it's important to recognize that. So I'm very happy to support this project, and congratulations to all of you who've worked so hard to make this happen.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. On behalf of the people who gave their time today to participate, I would like the development team and partners to address the themes of the number of vouchers, financial feasibility for the project, affordability mix on the various AMIs, and alignment with the JP Rocks plan. So just kind of, you know, give us the rationale on how we arrived to this.
I can do a little bit.
I don't presentation. Great, thanks.
Bart Mitchell from the Community Builders. I thought maybe it would be helpful if I just went over how many apartments there are at various income levels, because that was one of the topics asked. So there are 60 apartments for households that might make as much as between 80 and 120% of area median income. 60 out of 600.
One second, do we have a slide on that? Just from a visual perspective, I think it'd be helpful. If we don't, then we can just talk to it.
There is a really good slide, which would be good.
We'll look for it.
Okay, we'll look for it and try and get it up.
Sorry, Madam Chair, the slide should be in the appendix slides.
Okay, we'll look for the slide to get it up, but please go ahead.
It's on part of this presentation.
Yeah, it's 60 out of 673. There are 90 apartments at 80 for households that make between 60 and 80% of median income. There are 176 for households that make below 60% of area median income, plus 38 for households below 50% of median income. New in the last 2 weeks of further changes and respond to the community conversation. There are 56, not 16, vouchers for households that aren't currently part of the 253 households that live at Mildred Haley. So there can be deep affordability of 53 additional households. 24 of those, not 16, will be in the 3 buildings out of 6 that the community builders is developing. So point number 1 is, from the team's point of view, it's the overall amount of opportunity in the 6 buildings developed, which is the topic we would hope is the one that gets the most focus. It's the one that's gotten the most focus from residents, from community leaders, and the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council. We do not have the exact identical mix building by building, but overall, there's the 253 deeply affordable apartments being replaced for existing families. Now there are 53 more vouchers that will be for deeply affordable units for other families, not 0, not 16, 53. And we've accomplished that by, over the last couple of months, reducing, and a couple of people spoke tonight of being sorry that we did, apartments that would have been for people that made between 120 and 175% of area median income. They might have made 130%. That could be a construction worker who's married to somebody working at Stop and Shop. That is not, an income that we still have, but we really like the income mix that's there. We've gotten a really positive response to the responsiveness of adding space for more vouchers so there can be more deeply affordable apartments.
Thank you. Do we have additional questions from the board?
I'd just like to add, that was helpful to lay out the number of units, and yeah. I know these deals are tremendously complex to put together, and if we try to get to perfection, we'll never get moving forward. But I think this was really well thought out, and I'm impressed with everything I've seen here.
Okay.
And I would just add, I live a few blocks from this development and have lived there for more than 30 years. And I know what the development has been over the years. And I see on an almost daily basis what it's become. And the fact that this team has come together in a very inclusive way to hear and to adjust their plans based upon community input, I think is very important for this community. It is being heard, and it has affected this development. And I, for one, as a close neighbor, would look forward to seeing these changes implemented. And so I likewise commend the developers for listening and for making changes. We recognize that not everyone gets everything they want. But it's also the case that we can't delay the development of more deeply affordable units in this community. And so I also support this project.
Okay. Great. Any further questions or comments from the board? All right. Well, I'd just like to say again, thank you everyone for participating and for tonight, but throughout the past 4 years, and to all members of all the teams. This is where I think we're an amazing ecosystem in Boston that can work to address these real challenges that do have racial justice components, right? That do have economic justice components. And I commend everyone for trying harder, and for challenging us all to try and do better and to build a city that and to sustain the city that we already have. So again, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful and I'm grateful for everybody's participation and this is the process working. So I think with that, a motion is in order.
I just want to say a quick thank you to the the translators.
Oh yes,
To all the translators. Hassan, John, Jamana, Ruth, and Jardine. Is that right? I think thank you to the translators.
Yes, thank you. Our first ever 5-language interpretation. Again, thank you so much, translators, to the staff, and everybody for figuring out how to make this work, because it can. So with that, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks very much, Chair, board members.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, do you want to take a 5-minute break we need the Spanish interpreters to take a little bit of a break right now? Just take a 5-minute break.
We'll take a 5-minute break, resume at 7:35. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Perfect. Okay, we're now moving on to the second portion, or the second public hearing of tonight. This public hearing, which is being held virtually in order to ensure the safety of the public, staff members, and the BPDA board members during the COVID-19 pandemic. Spanish interpretation service is being provided for this meeting using language interpretation functionality within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions about how to access interpretation has been interpreted into all languages. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. If you'd like to listen to the presentation in English, click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and select English. To enable interpretation for Spanish, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Spanish. Also, you must mute original audio. So for the Spanish audio channel, please select Spanish. Ruth, will you now please kindly instruct the audience how to select the audio channel for Spanish interpretation?
Madam Chair, I think you meant Kelly.
Did I? Well, no, Ruth, right? Someone has to say it in Spanish first.
Okay.
Is it Ruth or someone else?
So hold on, Kelly, do you want to stop interpretation for a moment?
Oh, because we already have it on.
I know, and so, okay. So Ruth or John, can one of you interpret into Spanish the instructions on how to access the Spanish audio channel, please?
Yeah, I can interpret.
Thanks,
that.
John.
Great, and please pardon me for interrupting, but I need to recuse myself from this item.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ok, buenas noches, ya terminamos la primera parte de esa audiencia, ya vamos a comenzar la segunda parte. Para aquellos que quieren escuchar la audiencia en español, le vamos a pedir de favor que presionen el icono de interpretación que aparece en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione español. Desde su teléfono puede presionar More y le va a dar la opción de diferentes lenguas. Entonces ahí nomás va a poner que quiere español y yo y el otro intérprete Ruth los podemos traducir cualquier pregunta o cosas que tienen que preguntar.
Okay, gracias. All right, Kelly, I think we can turn the interpretation on now.
Yep, starting now.
Perfect. You should now see the globe icon and options for English and Spanish. So we would like everybody to select their language of choice, including all members.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just a reminder that anybody looking to listen to the hearing in English should choose the English channel.
Yes. Great. So please, join your respective interpretation channels. If you're having difficulty activating or any other technical difficulties, please call the phone number on the screen and take note of that number, and we will be able to help you with any technical difficulties that you have. Perfect. Okay, so this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held under Massachusetts General Laws 121A and the Acts of 1960, Chapter 652, both as amended, and Boston redevelopment rules and regulations governing 121A projects in the city of Boston, adopted 1978 as amended, regarding the proposed Old Colony Phase 4, Chapter 121A project and Phase 5, Chapter 121A project. Phase 4 and Phase 5 will consist of the demolition of 208 units. Phase 4 will consist of the new construction of 104 units in 1, 4, and 6-story elevator building. And Phase 5 will consist of the new construction of 104 units in 1, 4, and 5-story elevator building. This hearing was duly advertised on April 1st, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We're taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. And at that time, we ask you to please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Lance Campbell will now begin the presentation. Lance.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary. Just for the record, I'd like to read a letter from Councilor Flynn on his behalf, a letter in support for the project, Old Colony Phase 4, Old Colony Phase 5 redevelopment. Dear members of the BPDA board, I'm writing in support of the Old Colony Phase 4 and Old Colony Phase 5 redevelopment project. As the district city councilor representing South Boston in the most public housing in the city of Boston, I am pleased to support the ongoing and successful redevelopment of the Old Colony community. I have been a strong and active supporter of this redevelopment since its inception. Built in the 1940s, the original Old Colony community no longer served the needs of today's diverse population, building on the success of previous Old Colony Phases 4 and Phases 5 will consist of the demolition of 208 housing units and replacing with new construction of 104 affordable housing units in Phase 4 and a new construction of 104 affordable units in Phase 5. The redevelopment is much needed for the community and will reduce the physical isolation of Old Colony and the stigma of this site. These renewed physical and social connections will improve opportunities for Old Colony residents. It will also contribute to the improved quality of life for residents, give greater opportunities to individuals and families to achieve economic empowerment, and allow the youth of the community to escape the perpetual cycle of poverty. I hope that the board will approve this project. If you have any questions, please contact me at 617-635-3203 or you can reach me at ed.flynn@boston.gov. Sincerely, Ed Flynn, Boston City Council at District 2. It is with great pleasure my name is Lance Campbell, Senior Project Manager in Development Review for the record. With you, the final phase of this 10-year-long journey as a result showcases the transformation of Old Colony housing development. Today's public hearing is focused on the Phase 4 and Phase 5 projects and the request for the consideration of the approval of Old Colony Phase 4 and Phase 5 Chapter 121A development projects. Building on the continued success of all previous Old Colony phases and continuing the Old Colony master plan that was approved in 2011, we are happy to have the BPDA, the BHA, and the Beacon communities ready to proceed with Old Colony Phase 4 and Phase 5 projects. Phase 4 and Phase 5 will consist of the demolition of 208 existing units. Phase 4 will consist of the new construction of 104 units in 1 and 4 6-story elevator building, and Phase 5 will consist of the new construction of 104 units in 1 and 5-story elevator building. Darcy Jameson from Beacon Communities, Dara Newman Histed from Nixon and Peabody will do project overview, and Jay Zemansky of the architectural team will guide us through the project plans. After the presentation, we would like to take any questions that the board has or if there's a rebuttal. I just want to give a huge shout out to one of my heroes on this project. When I came in a few phases ago, Ruth Silman is present with us, and she's just been a great leader, and I'm just glad that she can actually join us tonight. Ruth, we miss you, and thank you so much for being here. Ruth was a very calming element throughout the times, many phases ago. So Ruth, thank you, and I just really appreciate it.
We wouldn't be here without you, Lance. Thank you.
So, Darcy? If Darcy can be unmuted, Teresa?
Folks hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Darcy Jameson. Lance, thank you for that wonderful introduction and a little bit of the history. I'm Darcy Jameson. I'm the Vice President of Development at Beacon Communities. I'm joined tonight by Kate Bennett and Joe Bamberg from the Boston Housing Authority, Jay Szymanski from the architectural team, Ruth Stillman and Dara Heisted from Nixon Peabody, and my colleague, Phil Crean. As you've heard, we're here tonight to present the final replacement phase of Old Colony. This is a redevelopment that was envisioned by the BHA and the city over a decade ago, and it's truly a milestone that we're all here tonight. Old Colony has really been a model in both sustainable design, starting with one of the first LEED Platinum multifamily buildings in the city over a decade ago, to one of the buildings that we currently have under construction now that was designed to meet Passive House standards, in addition to all of the programs and services that we've been able to provide for the community at the Tierney Learning Center. I would be remiss if I didn't just pause for a moment, since this is our last approval for this project, to really thank the residents, South Boston community, the Housing Authority, all city departments, the design team led by the architectural team, our land use team at Nixon Peabody, the general contractors who've worked with us, the unions, and really everyone who's played a role in making this vision a reality and will help us take it over the finish line with these next couple of buildings. The city and the BHA had this vision and selected Beacon as their development partner. And I think that everyone knows Beacon, but did want to offer just a couple of slides about who we are. If someone could advance, please. Continue along. One more, please. So Beacon owns and manages about 150 communities with over 18,000 apartments. We're a mission-driven company with a focus on affordable housing. Many of our communities are actually located in Boston. Next slide, please. Many of you probably know Quincy Towers in Chinatown, and then of course, Old Colony. Next slide, please. So the Boston Housing Authority, the city, and Beacon have worked together to really reimagine Old Colony and meet our residents' needs. Phases 1 and 2 have been completed and reoccupied for many years. Phase 3 is currently under construction. It's comprised of 3A, B, and C. Phase 3A will be done in about a month and a half or two, and we will start to reoccupy, bringing residents back to their community. And phases 3B and C will be being reoccupied just about a year from now, which is very exciting. And that will be right as we're looking towards starting these new final phase buildings. And then, of course, the centerpiece of the community is the Tierney Learning Center. Next slide, please. I always think it's worth just mentioning the community engagement programs that Beacon provides to the residents at the Old Colony community to really foster housing stability, health, well-being, financial stability, and community connection. And again, sort of all of that is made possible by having the Tierney Learning Center there. Next slide, please. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay Szymanski from the architectural team to walk us through the final phase.
Great. Thanks, Darcy. Thanks, Lance. Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jay Szymanski. I'm an architect with the architectural team. And as Darcy and Lance have mentioned, we've been at this for over 10 years now. So it's been a long time, and it's great to be here tonight to talk about the final phase. So this is just an overview of the site. You can see outlined in red on the left side is phase 1. Just behind that is phase 2, which were both completed, fully occupied. Slightly to the right of that, also outlined in red, is phase 3, where we have 4 buildings that are currently under construction. And then in the foreground, outlined in yellow, are the 3 buildings that make up the final phase, broken down into phase 4, phase 5, and phase 6. Next slide. So this is a site plan of those 3 final buildings. Again, left to right, phase 4, 5 in the middle, and then 6 on the right side. You can see they take up the entire city block, and they're broken by 2 pedestrian promenades that cut through the site that provide connections from the neighborhood behind through our site to the amenities of Joe Oakley Park and Carson Beach. The landscape design includes various elements in different levels of both public and private outdoor space. Next slide, please. So we have a few street level images that show the massing of the building. So this is from Columbia Road. In the foreground here is phase 4. You can see on the portion of the building that faces Columbia Road is 6 stories. And then in the background, you see it steps down to a 5-story building, which is phase 5. Next slide. This is another view from Columbia Road, now looking back in the other direction. So phase 4 is on the left. Phase 5 is on the right with that pedestrian promenade dividing the 2. You can see a view into the courtyard beyond. Next slide. This image is actually taken from Mercer Street. So on the right side is phase 4. You can see the 6-story mass on the far right that steps down as we get closer to the neighborhood behind us to 4 stories. The 4-story portions have direct entrances to give a more of a townhouse feel. And then to the center of this image, you can see the pedestrian promenade connecting through and phase 5 on the far left. Next slide. Oh, so that's the last of the architectural presentation. I'll hand it off to Darcy.
Yeah, so Jay, thank you for that great presentation and all the work that I know you've been doing with BCDC over the last couple of months. I wanted to just mention, because I'm not sure if folks have questions, tonight is specifically we're talking about for the 121A Old Colony phases 4 and 5, which are the 208 apartments that replace what we will demolish in the entire final phase. Similar to phase 3, we are able to put the 208 replacement apartments back into 2 buildings and then create an opportunity for a new production building. So that's the 3rd building that you see that Jay referenced when he talked about building 6 or phase 6. And we will be back at a future point to finish permitting that building, but again, would expect that to serve and the affordable community as well. So just in terms of the schedule, the Boston Housing Authority is currently working hard at relocation with a target completion, hopefully towards the end of this year or early into the following year. At that point, similar to all the other phases, we'll move into demolition of the existing buildings. And then our hope is that we will be able to move right into the construction of phases 4 and 5 simultaneously. For those of you who follow the city and the state funding rounds, we currently have phase 4 submitted for financing and an opportunity coming up in a few weeks to submit phase 5 for funding. So the hope is that we will actually build both of them at the same time, which would enable all of the residents to come back a little bit sooner than we would have anticipated. We will, of course, we've done this lots of times now, working on COVID safety, best practices. We'll work with the city on our construction management plan, and of course, a heavy focus on WMBE, Section 3, Boston jobs, just full compliance with all City of Boston job requirements. And I think I'll stop there. And I would like to ask Kate Bennett or Joe Bamberg if on behalf of the Housing Authority, you'd like to add anything to the presentation. No? Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. I think next slide, please.
I think that's the end.
Yeah, I think that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And very exciting to be in the final phase of this. Like, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great. So this is a public testimony. So we will now open that up. So if you would like to provide a comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the Zoom hand icon, or if you're on the phone, it's *9, and that will raise your hand that way. And Secretary Polhemus, do we have any comments?
Minor Perez, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. First, I want to congratulate Kate Bennett for the Housing Authority and Darcy Jamison for doing a fantastic job. At this moment, we have dozens of union carpenters working on the other projects, and we really appreciate it. Especially at these times with COVID, to be able to provide for your family and be able to maintain benefits, health insurance, is a huge thing. So we greatly appreciate the hard work you all doing, and we look forward to working with you with wholeheartedly support this project.
Thank you. Thanks, Minor. Is there anybody else who would like to testify? Please raise your virtual hand, the blue hand. Madam Chair, there's no other testimony. The public hearing is closed.
Great, thank you. Lance, do we have any written testimony to be received into the record?
I do not. I only had at the 11th hour the letter from Councilor Flynn. These guys have just been doing a great job for the last 10 years. I think everybody was on board. Just for the record, I held a public meeting for this phase, these 2 phases, back in November of last year. And it was a great meeting. A lot of people showed up, and they were very, very pleasantly surprised and happy that, wow, we're at the end of a 10-year process.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Do we have any, we'll now open it up to board questions. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I have one question. Can you tell me how many, or tell the board how many of the original residents come back after they've been moved out during the construction phase? What percent of families or residents come back?
Sure. Thanks. That's a great question. We get asked that a lot. It's ranged between about 40 and 50%, which is actually, from all of Beacon's experience, reasonably high, actually. Doesn't maybe sound as high as it is. But what we found is when people get relocated, sometimes they like where they live and they want to stay. Their kids get settled, they have new service, providers in an area that are closer to family. For various schools, for various reasons, people decide not to come back. We have found that it's gotten a little bit higher phase by phase. And I think that's because people sort of got to know us and the community and saw the redevelopment really come to fruition.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions or comments from the board?
Well, just to comment that this is, I think, an exemplary development in that it has brought together, and continues to bring together community, people who are stakeholders in the neighborhood, a deeply caring public official, a really wonderful development team and architects. And it takes time. But the result, I think, is really exemplary of what we want to see in the city in terms of the redevelopment of outdated housing and the creation of new housing in a really terrific location for a neighborhood that has shown long caring for its neighborhood, its culture, and its sense of community. And as Councilor Flynn has noted, this is a neighborhood that's become, over the years, substantially more diverse and substantially more committed to the kinds of goals that we want to see in the city. So it's an easy development, I think, for us to support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here. Any additional comments or questions? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller? Oh, Mr. Miller recuses himself. We're gonna say, and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations! Yay!
Thank you. We
So
appreciate
excited.
everyone's support.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, hopefully we'll see you in person at the groundbreaking.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
All right, so we are going to go back to, we're done with the public hearings. So we are back to agenda item number 7. Request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to hire a licensed design consultant to provide design drawings and construction administration services for the Shipyard Park Waterfront Repairs Project within the Charlestown Navy Yard. William.
Yes, thank you and good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm here before you to request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to procure a qualified maritime engineering firm to design necessary repairs to the Shipyard Park Waterfront in the Charlestown Navy Yard. The project site consists of approximately a half-mile of waterfront infrastructure and 2 acres of land. It includes Pier 3, Dry Dock 2, the Building 123 Pump House, Pier 4, and the Harbor Walk adjacent to Pier 5. This area has been prone to multiple sinkholes recently caused by the deterioration of the bulkhead, which allows washing of the retained soils into the harbor. The resulting design contract is budgeted at $300,000. It will include survey and engineering assessment of the area's seawall, the bulkhead, the pier, and the wharf structures. It will identify all deficiencies, and they will provide construction drawings for the conditions needing immediate repair. The plans and specifications will be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws. The contract will also include permitting, bidding assistance, registered engineering services, and construction administration. This request for proposal will be advertised following the BPDA's designer selection policy. The opportunity will be posted on the BPDA website, the bulletin boards, the Boston Herald, the state's combine system, and marketed with MBE and WBE firms and various online trade publications. The engineering contract will be awarded to the top-ranked engineer through a qualifications-based selection process after being brought back before the board for approval. These subsequent construction improvements, currently budgeted in the $2.5 million range, will be included in the fiscal year 22 capital budget, will be publicly bid in accordance with MGL Chapter 3039M, and would be brought back before the board prior to approval to advertise. Therefore, we are requesting the secretary be authorized to advertise and issue the request for proposals to procure the engineering services for this project. Excuse me. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay, thank you, William. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt you? I just need to make sure that the Spanish interpreters know that we are done with interpretation, and I'm going to turn it off, and I want to thank them for their help this evening, and they can log off. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruth and Spanish interpretation team. Appreciate it. Agenda item number 8, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to hire a licensed design consultant to provide design drawings and construction administration services for the parcel P3 environmental assessment and remediation project in Roxbury. William.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And I think I've caught my breath now, so I'll be better. I'm before you to request authorization to advertise and issue an RFP to procure a qualified environmental engineer for the environmental assessment and remediation project at parcel P3 in Roxbury. This matter was last before you in February of this year, seeking authorization to accept a $250,000 grant from the Mass Development Brownfields Redevelopment Fund. P3 is a 7 3/4 acre parcel located on the corner of Tremont and Weeder Streets in Roxbury. There are known environmental conditions that need to be addressed as part of the redevelopment of the site that prevent interim activation for passive and recreational uses that we would like to address. This project represents an initial phase of assessment, characterization, and remediation of the conditions of greatest concern. And those primarily include a below ground concentration of soils with high lead content. They've been identified and reported to the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection as a lead hotspot. And there's also a large amount of dumped soil and debris that's on the site that we would like to address. The resulting engineering contract is budgeted at $95,000. It will include pre-characterization of the lead hotspot as well as the soil mound. It will also include production of a release abatement measure plan or a RAM plan that will be filed with DEP. It will also include construction plans and specifications, and will include all of the necessary permits to take care of this work. Those plans and specs will be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts Journal of Laws. And this RFP will be advertised following the BPDA's designer selection policy. The opportunity will be posted on the BPDA website and bulletin boards, the Boston Herald, the State Combi System, marketed with MBE, WBE firms, and various online trade publications as well. The engineering contract will be awarded to the top-ranked engineer through a qualifications-based process after being brought back before the board for approval. And the subsequent phase 1 construction improvements currently budgeted in the $150,000 range will be funded by that mass development grant that I talked about. And it will be included in the fiscal year 22 capital budget. So therefore, we're requesting the secretary be authorized to advertise and issue the request for proposals for engineering services. And it is relevant to also note that we will be seeking additional funding in the next fiscal year budget to hopefully address additional remediation that's necessary at the site, which is currently budgeted at just over $1 million.
Yeah.
So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Yeah, makes sense. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you for addressing the lead situation there.
Have a good night, all.
All right. Item number 9, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids pursuant to MGL Chapter 30B for grass cutting and landscaping services on BRA-owned city properties citywide. Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the board for the opportunity to join you. I'm requesting your authorization to advertise and issue, as was stated, an invitation for bids for grass cutting and landscaping services. This would be at scattered BRA-owned parcels that are located across the city. The initial term of the awarded contract will be for 1 year in an amount we expect not to exceed $75,000, and there would be 2 one-year options to extend at the sole discretion of the BPDA. These services help the real estate team manage BPDA property as if we lived next door, which is particularly important with these types of services that are directly in the neighborhoods. And with these contracts in particular, we coordinate to ensure that the procurement process is as inclusive as possible. The invitation for bids will be publicly advertised, including with local and multilingual newspapers. We will do affirmative marketing to small, local, and diverse businesses. And we did also workshop the scope of this contract through a request for information, or RFI, and a virtual roundtable a few months ago. The resulting contract will be awarded to the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. And with that, thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Hey, thank you, Laura. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you for all of that proactive outreach, Laura. Thank you, and team. Item number 10, request authorization to award a license to Deacon Transportation Incorporated, doing business as Old Town Trolley Tours of Boston for the 2021 Downtown Waterfront Trolley Kiosk Program. Lauren.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the BPDA Trolley Stop Program this year is an opportunity to support the return of tourism in the city by creating opportunities to cater to the returning tourists. Although licenses are not subject to MGL Code 30B, the BPDA issued a request for proposals to ensure maximum participation in the Trolley Stop program. 2 vendors responded to the RFP. Staff is recommending for the 2021 season that one of the available kiosks be operated by Deacon Transportation Incorporated, known as Old Town Trolley. Due to the remaining uncertainty regarding Boston's tourism economy as the nation emerges from the COVID-related restrictions, BPDA is recommending a dramatically reduced fee for the 2021 season. Staff is recommending that Old Town Trolley pay $1,000 per month from April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. That fee will be in effect for the 2021 tourism season only. BPDA will reevaluate the trolley stop market in the late fall 2021 to determine a revised date for the 2022 season. The proposed rate will be presented to the board before any further contracts would be committed to. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Lauren. Item number 11, request authorization to award a license to CityView Incorporated for the 2021 Downtown Waterfront Trolley Kiosk Program.
Thank you. In line with what I just said, the second respondent to the RFP for trolley services, CityView Incorporated, also intend to operate a walk-up ticket sales. Staff is recommending that CityView also pay $1,000 per month from April 1st through March 31st, 2022. That fee will be in effect for the 2021 tourism season only. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 12, request authorization to award a license agreement to Richard Natalie, doing business as TNT, for the 2021 Merchandise Vendor Services Program at Long Wharf. Lauren.
Much like the trolley kiosk, we also have a vending program. Only one vendor responded to the RFP. That was Richard D. Natale from TNT's. Staff is recommending that TNT's pay $2,000 per month from April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. This is because there are two individual kiosks for this particular vendor. So in that note, the fee will be in effect for the 2021 tourism season only, and we will come back to the board for approval for a different rate for 2022. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye. Dr.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Item number 13, request authorization to First Amendment to the consultant services contract with Gamble and Associates for the East Boston Planning Study to extend the term of contract. Krista.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary. My name is Christina Rico, and I'm a senior planner at the BPDA in the Department of Downtown and Neighborhood Planning. I'm here today to request that the board authorize the director to execute an amendment to the consultant services contract with Gamble Associates LLC for the East Boston Land Use and Urban Design Study. The amendment would extend the term of the contract by 1 year. On June 20th, 2019, the BPDA entered into a contract with Gamble Associates LLC in the amount of $250,000. The contract, referred to as the East Boston Land Use and Urban Design Study, procured consultant services to support the Plan East Boston Planning Initiative. Community engagement associated with the plan was initiated in September 2018 and has included many workshops, pop-up events, office hours, and advisory group meetings. As you are well aware, public engagement was suspended on March 15th, 2020 in response to the public health emergency. Gamble Associates LLC and its sub-consultants paused all work associated with the project while public engagement was suspended. Per the terms of the original contract, the contract will expire on June 30th, 2021. Our request to amend the contract would extend the contract term 1 year to expire June 30th, 2022. The Plan East Boston team is preparing to resume public engagement with a series of virtual workshops this spring. These workshops will focus on reviewing draft recommendations for zoning and design guidelines, as well as proposed capital improvements to the public realm, including near and long-term improvements to the neighborhood's transportation network. We are excited to host the first of these workshops virtually in early May. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 14, request authorization to execute a fourth amendment to the Alston-Brighton Mobility Study contract with Kittleson and Associates Incorporated to extend the term of the contract. John.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. The recommendation before you is to authorize the director to execute a fourth amendment to the Alston-Brighton Mobility Study contract with Kittleson and Associates to extend the contract from the end of April 2021 to the end of June 2021, or just for 2 months. Most recently, in December 2020, we received your authorization to extend the same contract from December 2020 to April 2021 to allow time to finalize the public review process on the draft plan and to bring the final plan to the board for approval. Right now, we're on track to bring the final AB mobility plan to the board for approval in May or next month. There would be no additional costs associated with this contract extension. This concludes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 15, request authorization to extend the term of the license agreement with John Moriarty and Associates for temporary use as a COVID testing site of a portion of parcel P-15B-1, more commonly known as Bunker Hill Community College parking lot number 1 in Charlestown. John.
Madam Chair, members of the board, there is currently an existing temporary license with John Moriarty and Associates to host a COVID testing site on Lot 1 at Bunker Hill Community College for the construction trades. Staff requests that this license be extended to August 31st, 2021, with 2 optional 6-month extensions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 16, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital, Spalding Adaptive Sports Center's Weingarten program for the use of a portion of Menino Park Wharf within the Charlestown Navy Yard. Lauren.
Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital has requested that their Adaptive Sports Center's Weingarten program use approximately 15,000 square feet of land on Menino Park Wharf located in the Charlestown Navy Yard. Last year, this use was approved for the season. The program runs seasonally through October 31st, and they're asking that the same arrangement be made for this season to remain in compliance with the mayor and governor's COVID-19 guidelines and to be able to service as many patients as possible. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 17, request authorization to amend the existing license agreement with the Navy Yard Garden Association Incorporated and Leopold Gallery LLC for the Whitaker Wind Sculpture art exhibit within the Charlestown Navy Yard by extending the termination date. Lauren.
Thank you. The Whitaker Wind Sculptures were originally approved in the August 2019 board meeting. They are happily decorating the Navy Yard, and we'd like to keep them through October 31st, 2021 under the arrangements that we made in 2019. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
A roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. I had to make my way over there. Okay. Item number 18, request authorization to amend the existing license agreement with Cap Long Wharf LLC to extend the expiration date for the use of approximately 15,000 square feet of land adjacent to the Chart House restaurant on Long Wharf within the downtown waterfront for parking. Lauren.
Thank you. The license agreement in question is with Long Wharf LLC for the use of approximately 15,000 square feet of vacant lot located immediately adjacent to the Chart House restaurant on Long Wharf. In 2019, we entered into a 1-year license extension and currently are only considering 1-year license extensions for this particular piece of property. We're recommending that the license term be extended to May 31st, 2022 on the same terms and conditions of the current license.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Item number 19, request authorization to award tentative designation to Nuba LLC as redeveloper of a portion of Parcel 8 located at Harrison Avenue and Washington Street within the Nubian Square area of Roxbury for the construction of 102 units, including 88 income restricted units with ground floor commercial space for live work tenants and 4,000 square foot National Center for Afro-American Artists Satellite Museum. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On December 17th, 2020, the BPDA board approved a request to issue applications for this, we are requesting board approval to tentatively designate Nuba LLC for the sale and redevelopment of Parcel 8 in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury. Parcel 8 is composed of two parcels totaling 47,000 square feet fronting Melnia Cass Boulevard between Washington Street and Harrison Avenue. One parcel is owned by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and one is owned by the City of Boston. The acquisition and disposition of the Commonwealth-owned parcel is governed by Chapter 281 of the Acts of 2014, which permits the transfer to the BPDA and requires that an 8,600 square foot portion of the parcel be redeveloped as a public park. The RFP for Parcel 8 has undergone extensive community process as part of Plan Nubian Square. Launched in February 2016, Plan Nubian Square builds on and updates the framework for development in the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan and guides the RFPs for 9 publicly owned vacant properties in Nubian Square. Community members shaped the development guidelines included in every Plan Nubian Square RFP through the 30 public meetings held to date. These guidelines include consistency with area planning history, economic development, affordable housing, sustainable and resilient development, good jobs, diversity and inclusion, and development without displacement. Following 3 community workshops, the Parcel 8 RFP was released in January 2020. After receiving proposals in June 2020, the BPDA convened a project review committee made up of 10 residents and business owners and 5 members of the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan Oversight Committee to evaluate the proposals. The project review committee members interviewed each of the proponents and hosted a well-attended virtual public presentation to solicit feedback from the community. On April 5th, 2021, the Project Review Committee presented their recommendation of Nuba LLC to the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan Oversight Committee, and the Oversight Committee voted to approve their recommendation. We're very happy to bring this development proposal to the BPDA board to request tentative designation. And we have a presentation from Cameron Zahidi from Nuba LLC to present the development project.
Okay, welcome.
And I think Cameron's having some technical difficulties, so Michelle Yin has raised her hand. Can we give her the ability to speak? Okay, Michelle, I think you can unmute yourself.
All right, here we go. Yeah, this is Michelle In. I'm the development manager at Urbanica. So I'm apologize that Cameron seems to have some technical issues to log in Zoom. So I'm gonna represent him as of now for the presentation. Okay, next one. All right, so the Nuba team is made up of Urbanica. We are a Boston developer that has been worked on city or municipality owned parcels for around 25 years. And we have also included General Air to join our team, which is a HVAC contractor based in Roxbury, and they have a great track record in doing multiple projects in greater Boston area. And also NHP Foundation is one of our partner. Later on, I will introduce more for that part. So next slide. So basically, near Parcel 8, we have developed the Parcel 9, which is across this parcel along Melnia Cass. And the project is made up of two parts, one for the Melnia Hotel, plus a 50 units residential building on the same parcel. And we've also developed a 30 units residential condo at Parcel U. And I just want to mention that we also developed the first kind of typology for the Energy Plus unit at Roxbury. And on this page, we're also showing other kinds of mixed income projects that we've been worked together with city before. And for example, the 90 Antwerp Street shows as U homes on this screen. It's a 20 unit mixed income home ownership project. So with the same kind of public-private partnership idea, we're looking for bringing additional 102 mixed income residential units to Parcel 8. So next. So we have deeply and actively engaged with communities in Roxbury, and our mission has always been trying explore multiple ways to activate the space along the Melnia Cast. Actually, our office is now located on the first floor of Melnia residences. And in our office, we're also subsidizing and help to operating a rock space gallery that kind of continues organizing multiple projects that celebrates the culture and art asset in this community. Next slide. I don't know how many community partners are right now in this webinar, but I just want to take this chance to thank all the community partners that have been support and provide very valuable input across the process. And we've been really working and listening to our community partners to listen about their opinion, what's feasible and what are really needed in the Parcel 8. So without your guys' help, this cannot be possible. Okay, next slide. As one of the parameter that specifically mentioned in the RFP, this project really calls for more participation from minority group from multiple aspects. And I'm very proud to say that I think one of our highlights is that it's our participation and cooperation with our minority partners is not only during the construction period, it's really from multiple phases through development from day one, from the really forming the programs to this project and all the way across design, construction, and even the property management. So we have achieved this solid track record of minority participation in our projects across the street. And we have achieved more than 55% Boston residents and with more than 67% minority participation, and over 40% of the contract value was actually awarded to minority and women-owned business. Next slide. Okay, so as we've explained before, General Iron is very well-established HVAC contractor based in Roxbury, and one of the reasons that we decided to invite them into the team is that they also have this very distinguished youth training program that kind of trying to provide education and really trying to promote the jobs to the young people in this neighborhood. Next slide. Next slide.
Might be having some technical difficulties. It happens sometimes. Is that what's going on, Secretary Polhemus? Screen frozen or something?
I think Joyce's computer froze.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, if you can bear with me, I'm gonna try and pull up the presentation. Just will take me a few seconds. I'm trying to pull it up.
I know.
It's too
It's
large.
like,
Hold on, just
doing that to me today too.
Just bear with me.
Michelle, while we work through that,
Yeah.
if you can, maybe we can catch the slides up later,
Yeah,
or as
sure.
we're doing that.
Yeah.
But if
All
you
right.
continue talking, we're totally listening.
Thank you for that. So I believe the next slide is about the introduction for our another partner, which is the NHP Foundation, previously named as National Housing Partner Foundation. They just changed their name formally to NHP. But they are a very well-established nonprofit organization that have national footprint, and they have done a lot of light tech projects across the states with more than 35 years of experience. So they will be partnering with Urbanica in this project for the rental piece. And later on, I will introduce more about specific programs for this project. So next slides. So it's basically the project is gonna be a 6 storage building. It's gonna be 5 residential floor on top of the kind of open to public ground floor. And the programs we are proposing for the ground floor, including the 4,000 square footage that we're going to partner with NCAA. And along the Melnia Cast, since we have been, really in this neighborhood and we know what challenges will be met if we do very traditional way of retail. That's why in this project, we're going to try to explore the artistic live work units along the Melnia Cast. So the idea is that by providing the 7 live work units, the artists can live there, that providing the necessary occupancy that we want to see on the first floor, yet they will have the chance to really get some exhibition space along the streets that's going to attract more footprint across this area. And then around the corner, as required by RFP, we're going to provide a 8,000 square foot of public park. And the design for this piece is really trying to celebrate the very, it's like the very differential historical elements that's gonna be strengthened by the on the ground water elements and also the sculpture elements on the ground, and we're gonna talk more with our consultants on this historical piece that's gonna really celebrate the history on this corner site. Next. This is just some renderings to show the daytime activities across this corner. As you can see, we're really adding this fronting element to really add some water elements to this corner. Next. And we're gonna try to add some distinguishable elements that's gonna attract more building footprint, not only during the daytime, but also provide some nighttime activities to this corner. Next slide. As I said, the project in total is 102 units with 35 home ownership, 60 apartments, and that's 7 live work units is gonna fall under home ownership as well. So every unit is income restricted, and the income levels range between 30% AMI to 100% AMI. Next. This is the ground floor programs that I have briefly introduced before, and I just want to mention that 44 parking are provided here. Next. Okay, so as stated in our proposal, we're gonna try to explore different ways or create more innovative ways to bring community benefits to through this project by really establishing some small fund that with different missions to promote the locally owned small business, and also trying to form this minority investment fund that provide investment like micro investment opportunities to the local communities to make sure the communities can really benefit permanently from this project. Next. So this is really just an overall rendering to show the building's outlook. As you can see, the design of the ground floor is trying to incorporate the well-preserved trees along the Cass Boulevard. Next slide. This is just a corner view that you can see the public areas kind of interactive together with the museum space, and we'll create some cafe, small library, and some other entertainment space that's gonna connect the interior to the exterior. Next. And these images show you how the live work units can use that exhibition place to really activate this interface along the street. Next. All right, we actually made a YouTube video to better illustrate the design, but given the limited time, I'm gonna stop here. Thank you all.
Thanks so much. We're happy to take questions, and thanks for your patience with all the technical difficulties.
Yeah, thank you. Questions and comments from the board?
This looks like a truly wonderful project on a gateway site into Nubian Square. Each of the team members, I think, stands in distinction. And the team together, I think, represents the kind of future that we would want to see exhibited across the city. So I expect that we'll all approve this with great enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Excitedly, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Thank you.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you. Good luck. Can't wait to see it. Item number 20.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Item number 20, request authorization to extend the final designation of EBCDC Incorporated, the nonprofit corporation affiliated with the East Boston Community Development Corporation, as redeveloper of 146 through 172 Condor Street in East Boston. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The final issue to be resolved before signing this lease is a determination of the proper level of insurance for this unique development. We've requested an opinion from our outside insurance consultant and expect to receive that by the end of next week. So it remains entirely conceivable that the lease will be executed prior to the April 30th deadline. However, in an abundance of caution and to be respectful of the board's time, we're requesting the deadline be extended through the end of 2021, just to be 100% certain that we do not have to come back and ask for another extension. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you very much.
Great. The next three items are certificates of completion. So I'm going to read them all and take one vote. Is that okay, Secretary Polhemus?
You need to take individual votes.
Individual votes. Okay, that's fine. Right. Okay. But they don't have any presentations. So item number 21, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion for Phase C Parcel U located at 93 through 95 Hyde Park Avenue project in the Jamaica Plain neighborhood. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 22, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion for the 2 Dry Dock Avenue project in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park of the South Boston waterfront neighborhood. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 23, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion for the Pier 4 Phase 3 project in the South Boston waterfront neighborhood. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 24, request authorization to enter into an affordable housing agreement for 2 IDP units at the 204 West 7th Street project and to take all related actions. Nick.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for your time this evening, and I will keep this short. This is a project proposed at 204 West 7th Street, and it will be building approximately 14 residential homeownership units, all of which will be 2-bedroom units. And the proposed project will also include 2 IDP units, one of which will be at 80% AMI, and the other of which will be at 80 to 100% AMI. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Oh, don't go away. Number 25, request authorization to issue a determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80A-6 of the zoning code in connection with the second notice of project changing the 176 residential units to 176 residential residential rental units to 176 residential homeowner units, including 22 IDP units for the 47 through 55 LaGrange Street projects, and to take all related actions. Nick.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary. We're here for you this evening to discuss change to the previously approved project under construction at 47 to 55 LaGrange Street in downtown Boston. As you may remember, this project was originally approved by this board at the June 2017 meeting. Tonight, we ask you to consider a change from the previously approved all rental building to all condo ownership. The project will now include 176 condo units, of which 22 will be affordable ownership units as subject to the IDP policy. Of the 22 units, 11 will be sold as 80% area median income, and the remaining 11 will be sold at 100% area median income. At this point, I'd like to go through the 2 slides that I have here, one of a site plan and one of a rendering. And we can go to the next slide. And then I'd like to read one letter from Councillor Flynn that I received this evening. Dear members of the BPDA board, I am writing in support of the 47 to 55 LaGrange Street project, which is on the board's agenda today. The project is changing from 176 rental units to 176 residential homeownership units, including 22 IDP units. I believe that this project will add much needed home ownership and affordable housing units to the neighborhood. As a result, I support this change in the project. However, there is concern from residents, civic associations, and institutions that these units may be turned into executive suites, and we need assurances from the proponents that these residential units will not be converted at a later date. Moreover, the residents have also noted that the proponent could have done a better job with communicating with the residents about change in project, and I ask that the proponents work closely with my office to do better outreach with relevant community organizations regarding this project's construction schedule and other potential quality of life issues. That's all. Thank you to the members of the board, and I have the development team here for questions if there are any.
Questions or comments from the board?
I just wonder, how the development team proposes to meet the concerns that Councilor Flynn has raised here.
I can speak quickly to one of the concerns regarding construction issues. We held a meeting the other week, and these issues were raised in the meeting, and the developers have committed to meeting with the people who are raising the concerns and making sure that they're part of ongoing construction management meetings. And with that, I'll turn it over to a member of the team to answer the second part.
Hi, this is John Madison, part of the development team. We have been communicating, and we had a meeting on Monday with the issue that came up during the public meeting. That I believe is behind us now. We have everyone's email, and Tishman, who's our contractor, was on that call and is part, now they're part of the email trail that we've been sending out communications to other neighbors. So that hopefully is behind us. We've also had a meeting on Wednesday and updated everyone with regards to the Midtown Association on the project. So those are kind of really the two issues that came up. But now everybody, has everyone's email, and the communications should be no problems from this point forward. The project itself is a 21-story building. We're at about, level 12, 13 right now.
Okay, I think that I don't think that addresses the question on the changing of the usage to executive suites versus that. I think still needs to be addressed by somebody.
Yeah, that's no. This is John again. No problem. These are not going to be converted to anything but for sale condos, residential for sale residential condos.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead, Madam
Please.
Chair.
No.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up, John, with Councilor Flynn's concerns, and then reiterated by Dr. Landsmark, is how can you follow through if it's sold as a condo and is converted to an executive suite? We've got a tremendous need for housing here in the city. What kind of assurances can you give us that there'll be housing units and not executive suites or some other use?
John.
Sorry about that. Hi, this is Michael Vaughn from the development team. Thank you for your time tonight, Madam Chair and members. We're very proud of this project. As John just said, we're on the 12th floor, we're under construction. We will make every assurance that these will be residential units and they'll be sold as residential condominiums. There'll be a condominium association, there'll be professional management, and we're actually very proud that we're able to work with the BPDA to make sure that all of the affordable units will be built on site and sold off also as for sale affordable units on site. So we can give you every assurance. We're very respectful of Councilor Flynn. We understand his comments and respect them. And we will ensure and assure that this project will be a totally residential project.
Well, Michael, knowing that you're involved in the project, I'm reassured already, so thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good to see you. And if you have any questions at all, we're here and we're happy to answer. We're very proud of this project. We're also very proud that we've been able to continue construction throughout these challenging times. And we look forward to delivering a really great project. And, when you look at it, it was a difficult site, and we think it's going to be a great project. And we're happy to work with the BPDA to convert it to for sale, both the market rate and the affordable units.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments from the board?
I guess I'm still a little troubled, but I'll take my colleague Brian's belief in the team as something that we can all trust. This is a site that's only a block from Tufts Medical, in an area where there's not a lot of doctor's office space. And as beautiful and as open as the building is, I could see it being converted quite easily into the kinds of office suites once it's been condominiumized that would undermine our intention to have more residences built, even at the price points these units are likely to be sold at. So, I'll take the developer's word for it, but it is something that I think the community needs to continue to watch.
Yeah, I'm just going to put +1 on that. I don't know if it's because of the communication issues, how this all kind of came about, or what the root of it is.
If I could.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, it's just.
But with respectfully, executive suites are a different land use, and they are not permitted without a new approval. So this project is only approved as residential, so we could not convert these to executive suites.
Well, you couldn't, right? But after you sell them,
no,
right,
there'll be a condo association, there'll be professional management, and the use is residential. So
but does the condo association then, I mean, they have their own condo association documents and rules.
But they'd have to come back before you and the ZBA to do executive suites.
Okay, I mean, I think that's why we're asking this line of questioning. I think, we're not trying to be antagonistic. We're addressing the concerns that were raised by the letter, hopefully in a respectful manner. And we just want some assurances and to understand where this came from. So now that we know that it would have to come back to the board, we can keep our eye on it. Okay, so any additional questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Oops, sorry. My button wasn't. So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair abstains. Next item on the agenda. Item number 26. Request authorization to change from 220,000 square feet of office space to lab space at the 321 Harrison Avenue project within Plan Development Area number 106, 1000 Washington Street, and 321 Harrison Avenue in the South End. Nick.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Here before you again to discuss the 321 Harrison Avenue project. As you may remember, this project was previously approved in September of 2016 for use as office space. Tonight we ask you to consider a change in the previously built project. The developer has proposed to change the space from office use to lab and research space to better fit the needs of the job market of the city. The change also includes small changes to the building to better suit the need of that new use, including improved loading space, improved ventilation and mechanical systems, and appropriate screening for those additions. Again, I have a site plan to go through and a rendering, as well as another letter from Councillor Flynn. And so we can go to the next slide. And that's the rendering with the current proposed additions. Dear members of the BPDA board, I am writing in regards to the 321 Harrison Avenue project, which is on the board's agenda today. The project is seeking to change from 220,000 square feet of office space to lab space. This project drew concerns from the Chinatown Residents Association, the CRA, as the development team did not reach out to the CRA regarding their project. I'm requesting that the development team work with my office to schedule a meeting with the CRA to present the members of their plans. Chinatown residents are very close to this project, and CRA residents represents a large number of immigrants and Cantonese-speaking residents that live close by to the project. I will withhold my support until the development team meets with CRA and the appropriate translation services are provided. At this time, I am not convinced that impacted neighbors and civic associations are adequately informed about the project and its potential impacts to the surrounding communities. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at edflynn@boston.gov or at 617-635-5600. 3203. At this time, I would turn it over to the board for questions, and I have members of the development team here to answer any questions as well.
Questions or comments from the board?
Well, is the team prepared to have this community meeting with translators for Cantonese?
Nick, you need to tell us who to bring up.
Sorry, is Joe Imperator on there?
Joe Imperator?
Yes.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, I appreciate, thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board. We're certainly here to answer any questions. I'd be happy to kind of give, a brief walkthrough of what our request is. Nick kind of described it.
Yeah, so I don't think, I don't think for the sake of time, I don't think that we, need a walkthrough of the project per se. I think what is troubling is this pattern of lack of communication in a concentrated area and concerns that are being raised by City Councilor Flynn. So how are those being addressed is basically what we would want to know, and to discuss kind of, again, your plans for engaging with the community.
Sure, yes. So we did have our meeting last week where we did have 2 different interpreters there. I don't know exactly the full attendance and who was there. There were a couple questions asked, which we did answer. And it seemed that the questions did come from the community over in Chinatown. So certainly, we're not avoiding any conversation with them. We were under the impression that we, through our public hearing last week with our interpreters that, and the lack of sort of questions that we received, we weren't aware of any, significant pushback or anything like that. We did also meet with the South End Landmarks District Commission and received some pretty positive feedback from them. So we will certainly work with Councilor Flynn and with the CRA, and more than happy to engage with them and hear any concerns and address them. So, yeah.
Great, and I'm happy to facilitate any communications between the council and the team as well to make sure that meeting happens.
Okay, well, can you respond to, I'm not sure what questions were asked at the, there, if you're, going to share, but I think, okay, we're changing from office space to lab space, right? Okay, so what are some of the impacts like to the community that change, may result in, particularly in the Chinatown community and where this is located. My concerns as a no longer a resident, but a former longtime resident of this area is kind of what any environmental impacts, right? This is already a very the air quality in this area is not the greatest, and there's a lot. So I think that's the thing that comes to mind with me as a former resident of this area, of, what else are we adding to that, right? From a regular office space, which we're used to lab space, which is considerably different and has hazardous materials. And again, it all depends on, the type of equipment and how you're going to be outfitting this to not contribute to an already problematic environmental impact area.
Yeah, so a couple quick points. So this will be converted to lab space, which will be considered a BSL2, which is basically the equivalent of biosafety level 2. So it's really the equivalent of a hospital or an outpatient medical facility. And we certainly have, as far as the question about traffic and things like that, the nature of the building would actually decrease peak traffic. So, with lab space, you usually have lab techs that work off hours. They have experiments and equipment that are running. So we have in our MPC filing, we have quite a bit of traffic study information in there that would show that the traffic would actually be reduced. we're also going to be complying with the TAPA agreement as well as the APCC permit. And a number of things, I won't go through all of it just for the sake of time, but it has a number of items in there, such as we're going to have 93 bicycle spaces. We have EV charging going in immediately for 5% of the parking spaces. We are EV capable for 15% of the parking spaces. So a lot of the traffic concerns will be addressed in compliance with TAPA and the APCC. We've also strategically relocated the loading so we wouldn't create any traffic issues on Harrison or Washington. We have a transportation demand management plan that will go in place, which will do a number of things, including a contribution to the Blue Bike program. It will include encouraging our tenants to provide some type of public transportation subsidy program. We're also looking into, well, there actually is already a shuttle service to the site for tenants.
Yeah, and sorry, in the interest of time, my concerns are not around traffic, because we have already kind of accepted, right, and approved the traffic and the impact that an office would bring, right? So, that's not it. It's more of the, the impact that a lab space, right? Again, additional kind of, potentially hazardous type materials that are coming into, I'm concerned about those mitigations, right? And what are the impacts of changing from office to a lab? Because they're very different.
Yeah, what's the building going to be emitting?
So most of our users, and we don't, again, we don't have leases signed. Most of the users are life science, bio-based users. So I couldn't say specifically what is emitted. We have, everything complies to the highest standards of lab hygiene, exhaust, everything like that. We'll basically have, I'm trying to describe it without getting into some of the details of the exhaust systems. But for example, our lab waste, our pH neutralization system will be fully permitted with the MWRA. So any lab waste that exits the building has to be neutralized. It's monitored daily. Our tenants are all required to maintain exhaust systems. Again, I don't want to bog down the process here with all the details, but we can certainly provide any additional information that you may have.
Todd Fremont-Smith had his hand up before. I don't know if he still had something he wanted to say.
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Hi, Todd Fremont-Smith with Nordblom Company. We're the developers of this project, and Biomed is proposing to take it over. We had always envisioned a lab in this building. We were in fact planning three floors of the building to be light lab when we started to strike a deal with Biomed. Not that that's relevant. I think it is important to say that we did go through the full notice of project change process with Nick. And as Nick can attest, we went through a full community meeting. So the public process was held here. I just want to make sure that the board knows that we're not, we did everything by the book. We had public hearings, and very few people showed up at that public hearing. So I just wanted to at least say that, because I think that the tenor here is that we hadn't engaged with the community, and I don't think that's necessarily fair.
Was the public process conducted in a way wherein information prior to the meeting was distributed in Cantonese?
Dr. Landsmark, I don't know. Maybe Nick knows.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a responsibility of the developers, right? When you are operating in our communities with multiple languages. I'm not sure if you saw it before, but we held a 4-language interpretation session, right? I also think there's going through the process, and there is effectively accomplishing the objective of the process, and I'm concerned on whether or not the objective was satisfied. Obviously, low participation and turnout rate for everything because we're in COVID pandemic, right?
Right.
So these are serious concerns, that, that I believe that need to be addressed. And, we typically don't see this type of letter from a city councilor, right? When enough effort to accomplish those objectives have been made. So
if we as a public agency are being held now to a higher standard to reach out to diverse populations adjacent to the buildings, then we're going to hold private developers to the same standards.
And we are certainly not skirting any of that. We, apologize if in your opinion, it was not thorough enough. That certainly is not our intention at all. We did conduct a public hearing, and we did present this. There were interpreters present. I can't really speak to the fact that there was not a lot of feedback or public comment. But it certainly was not a case of us trying to avoid it.
And I would like to say that the meeting was noticed in several Chinese language newspapers. And so, there was an outreach to the Chinese language population that was done for this project. Carol, you're muted.
I'd like to make a suggestion, which is, there's holding a public meeting, but then there's also your own outreach to organizations in the neighborhood. Developers are always proactively reaching out to nearby organizations, neighborhood associations, whoever it is. And I think in this case, given that it says the space will likely be limited to biosafety levels 1 and 2. Now, you have just stated that it's going to be level 2, but the memo doesn't really say it's going to be limited to level 2. So I'm thinking that maybe we could consider tabling this for 1 more month, and you will do some more outreach in the community, and to the satisfaction of Ed Flynn and to the satisfaction of us, and we consider this in a month. I'm going to make that suggestion. I don't know what the other board members think of that suggestion.
I don't know if that's a motion, but I would second that suggestion.
A motion is in order to table this item to a meeting at a further date as determined by the agency. A motion is in order.
I'll move that.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
No.
Okay. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item has been tabled. Item number 27, request authorization to terminate the existing affordable housing agreement 8 in connection with the 3193 Washington Street project in Jamaica Plains, and to enter into affordable rental housing agreement and restriction for 7 inclusionary development policy units to be constructed as part of the project role.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, members of the board. By way of background, on October 20th, 2016, the BPDA board voted to approve the 3193 Washington Street project in Jamaica Plain. As approved, the project consisted of the construction of a 5-story mixed-use building with up to 40 residential units, 2,560 square feet of retail space, off-street parking, and bicycle storage on site. Since that time, the project proceeded to construction and is nearly complete. However, on January 15th, 2021, the developer, through their attorney, submitted a document to the BPDA requesting authorization to change the residential units in the project from condominiums to rentals. As a result of the proposed change, the developer is also seeking the BPDA board to authorize the director to terminate the previously executed affordable housing agreement for the 7 on-site condo IDP units, and authorize the director to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement with the 7 IDP units now as rentals. I'm joined this evening by Josh Fetterman of the development team, and we would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions? Questions from the board or comments?
Why is the change being made so late in the process?
Thank you. Josh, would you be able to answer that question?
Yes. So we began early marketing of the condominium project during the construction phase and received sort of a limited feedback. And as we started nearing the end of construction or later stages of construction in late 2019, we switched brokerage firms and began putting together a new marketing package and prepared to relaunch. And then we're met with the COVID-19 pandemic, which completely tabled all of our marketing efforts, as well as kind of put a hold on construction for a period of time. So that was the catalyst for the change. And then we went out to the community, and actually this request was very well received. And as part of the community process, we agreed to reduce some of the AMI levels, which was also well received.
Thank you. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
Moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 28, request authorization to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction for 1 IDP unit in connection with the proposed development located at 3305 through 3307 Washington Street, Jamaica Plain. Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Rojas, Director Golden, Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Michelle McCarthy, Housing Policy Manager, here before you today on 3305, 3307 Washington Street in Jamaica Plain. This is a 10-unit residential homeownership project that received its Zoning Board of Appeal approval on February 5th, 2021, and does not require Article 80 approval. This project is here before you today because it will be income restricting one homeownership unit under the inclusionary development policy. Your vote today is to authorize the execution of an affordable housing agreement. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Item number 29, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code for the construction of 15 affordable units, community space, 9 on-site parking spaces, and bicycle spaces located at 120 through 122 Hancock Street, and to take all related actions. Ms. Kerr.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, members of the board. After a competitive request for proposals process, Urbanica Incorporated was designated by the City of Boston Department of Neighborhood Development last June as the developer of the city-owned parcels at 120 and 122 Hancock Street in Dorchester. Urbanica's proposal for the redevelopment of the project site includes the construction of a new 4-story, 15-unit condominium building with 9 vehicular parking spaces, community space, and an accessory bike room. Prior to the initiation of the Article 80 review process, the Department of Neighborhood Development led a robust community engagement process, gathering feedback from local neighborhood groups on the project programming and design. The BPDA then hosted a virtual public meeting on March 8th to further review the small project review application for the 120 to 122 Hancock Street project. We're joined this evening by Cameron Zahedi and Michelle Yin of Urbanica, project architects Hansi Better-Braza and Damien Bolden, as well as Julio Pilier from the Department of Neighborhood Development. BPDA staff, D&D staff, and members of the development team will be happy to answer any questions the board may have at the conclusion of the presentation. And Damien, I believe you'll be walking through the presentation, so if you want to just give us a cue, our staff can advance the slides as need be.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Great. Well, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Damian Bolden. I'm a project manager at Studio Liz Architects. The office is a Boston-based MWBE certified firm with a commitment to social responsibility, sustainable construction practices, and design excellence. We appreciate this opportunity to work with Urbanica. The project is a small-scale, affordable homeownership development with 15 condominium units. There are 3 one-bedroom units, 10 two-bedroom units, and 2 two-bedroom accessible units. The project includes 9 off-street parking spaces, and unit laundry, bike storage, and a shared amenity space. Next, please. The 15 units are 100% income-restricted units. An estimated 30-plus new construction jobs will be created. The project has the storage capacity for 15 bikes, which is a 1-to-1 unit-to-bike storage ratio, and the building utilizes passive house design practices throughout and will meet the city's zero carbon emission standards. Next, please. We are looking to get some variances in regards to zoning, which we've already applied for, and we're waiting for our hearing date. Next, please. The project is in Dorchester along Hancock Street. It is within a 15-minute walk of both the Upham's Corner commuter station to the west and the Savin Hill station to the east. There are also bus stops within a 5-minute walk along Hancock Street and many others within 10 and 15-minute walks along Columbia Road and Dorchester Avenue. Next. The existing urban fabric of the neighborhood consists of 3-decker, bayfront, and gabled roof building typologies. The proposal works with the bayfronts to present a familiar yet new face to the neighborhood and unify the streetscape along Hancock Street. Next. The proposal considers the size and scale of the existing buildings. The proposal is designed to appear as 2 buildings side by side. Each of these buildings is subdivided into 2 bays and widths similar to the neighboring homes. The 4th floor of the proposal is set back from the main facade so that the 3-decker character of the neighboring buildings is maintained. Next, please. The site is composed of 2 lots, which combine for a total lot area of 13,597 square feet. The site plan depicts the proposed vehicular and resident access to the building from Hancock Street, new plantings in the front yard, on-site parking, and a rear yard with new and existing plantings. Next, please. The proposal takes advantage of the slope site to provide parking and an accessible entry lobby underground. The garage level floor plan shows the 9 on-site parking spaces, the bike storage room, and a designated secure mail and parcel area. Next slide, please. The first floor plan features the shared amenity space and outdoor patio at the bottom right corner. The unit mix shown is consistent with the floors above, with the shared amenity space becoming a 1-bedroom unit on levels 2 through 4. There are outdoor balconies on the building, allowing people to have connections back to the neighborhood, and the units are all compliant with D&D design standards. Next, please. Here you see the primary building elevations. The 2 volumes are separated and differentiated by color. The 4th floor is set back from the main facade and darker in color to emphasize the relationship to the 3-decker homes. The proposal recognizes the distinct architectural bays and porches of the neighboring homes and incorporates a playful take on the architectural bays. The sides of the bay windows reach outward and complement the rhythms of the 3-decker facades. These spaces become porches on the units above. Next slide, please. The section drawing shows the approximate line of grading from the sidewalk to the rear yard, highlighting the street level garage that is below grade and the 4 levels above the residential units. 4 levels above of residential units, sorry. Next slide, please. And again, a look at the homes around the site, but this time with a focus on the color palettes, as we worked with the community to find a palette for the proposal that would be complementary to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. We developed a color palette that was consistent with the historic New England properties. Next, please. And we presented the community with a series of color choices, each highlighting the difference between the 2 volumes. The community chose the option at the bottom right, Vinyl Haven and Monumental Gray. Next slide, please. Here's a view from the intersection of Hancock Street and Howe Street, which shows the porches integrated into the bay windows and how the color palette for the first 3 residential floors helps the proposal relate to the neighboring 3-decker homes. Also visible is the view of the recessed vehicular entrance to the garage. Next slide, please. and a view from Hancock Street facing west, which shows how the fourth floor relates to the neighboring home on the left, both in size and with the expression of the cornice details. The street level entrance for residents is also visible, with a shared outdoor patio above. Next slide, please. And then again, just the summary of the information at the beginning, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Could you just elaborate very briefly on what it means to be a WMBE in this instance?
Well, so a minority and women business enterprise, so that the office is owned by Hansi Betta-Barraza, who was unfortunately unable to join us today, but she represents both of those in this case.
Okay, so we're talking about a woman architect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky spot. Those slopes are no joke. I'm very impressed with like all you've been able to do with that and the parking and well, I mean, you got a very capable architect, you know. Yeah, just, you know, want to give some feedback that that's fairly impressive use of the space. So any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 30. Request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the 150 Commercial Street project on parcel C-2-25 in the downtown waterfront Faneuil Hall urban renewal area, project number Mass R-77, in accordance with the land disposition agreement with Leon M. Cangiano Jr. Chris.
Hey, Madam Chair, Person Rojas, members of the board, Director Golden, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Chris Breen, Urban Renewal Manager. This parcel in question, it's located at 150 to 152 Commercial Street. It was acquired by the BRA during the downtown waterfront urban renewal era effort in the mid-1960s. The building was formerly part of a larger 1830s warehouse that famously housed Ararat Grocery Company. But by 1965, it had fallen into disrepair with a damaged roof that left it filled with barrels of water and rubble as it sat vacant along the Boston waterfront. In the 1970s, the BRA held a lottery for local North End residents and waterfront residents alike to restore and renovate this former warehouse. The Cangiano family, first-time developers at the time, were one of 18 local winners, and they renovated their piece known as parcel C-2-25 into an apartment building according to the deed and LDA from 1974. Ownership has largely stayed in the family since 1974, and because of that, a certificate of completion was never requested until now. Staff inspected 150 to 152, and it remains constructed according to the LDA and the plans. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Chris. Item number 3. Request authorization to award final designation to Mustang Capital Partners, LLC, as trustee of the 23 Linwood Realty Trust, dated May 3rd, 2016, for the sale of 25A Linwood Street in the Kittredge Square urban renewal area. Project number Mass R-167 for open space. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On December 17th, 2020, the BPDA board approved a request to issue applications for the sale of 3 parcels in the Kittredge Square urban renewal area through the Abutter Parcels program. The purpose of the abutter parcels program is to sell small, unbuildable BPDA-owned vacant land to abutters as deed-restricted open space. We return today to request final designation for the first of these three parcels, parcel 34B at 25A Linwood Street. The parcel contains 990 square feet of vacant land located between two multifamily buildings. On January 6, 2021, the BPDA made applications for the parcel available to all three direct abutters for 60 days. The asking price was set at the assessed value of the parcel, which is $5,000. The BPDA received one application from the owner of the abutting parcel at 23 Linwood Street. The abutting owner offered the $5,000 asking price and also proposed improvements worth an estimated $20,000. Wow. We request authorization to award final designation of parcel 34B in the Kittredge Square urban renewal area located at 25A Linwood Street to Mustang Capital Partners, LLC, as trustee of the 23 Linwood Realty Trust under declaration of trust dated May 3rd, 2016. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, thanks, Morgan. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 32, request authorization to adopt a minor modification to the South End Urban Renewal Plan, project number Mass R-56, regarding the use of the remaining portion of parcel 20 located at 140 through 146 Lenox Street for open space and accessory parking use. Ray.
Oh, hi. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. And if you could please promote, I think you may have already, Dana Dilworth from the BHA.
I brought her up, Ray.
Okay. Oh, great. Thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair, for presiding over this marathon meeting. This is a very simple vote. It's a portion of parcel 20 in the South End Urban Renewal area located next to a Boston Housing Authority development, the Lenox housing development. And this parcel has been in use by the BHA for several years. And I'm going to turn it over to Dana Dilworth from BHA, who's a senior project manager of BHA Planning and Real Estate Development. And just one more note, the reason that we need a minor modification to the urban renewal plan for this is just to ensure that the uses of accessory parking and open space are allowed within the plan. So Dana, take it away.
Well, thank you for the introduction. As you summed it up very well, it really is the conveyance is to support of the parcel is to support the BHA's development or redevelopment efforts at the Lenox Street apartment. And yes, if conveyed, we would develop the parcel for some accessory parking and some landscaping improvements.
Great, thank you. Does that conclude the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Item number 33, request authorization to adopt a third report and decision amendment on the, sorry, my printer, on the Counselor Elders Housing Chapter 121A, which involves approval of the subdivision of the project, creation of Council Towers Limited Partnership as a new Chapter 121A entity, conveyance of the parcel on which the project is located to the new 121A entity, and new financing for the project and other related matters. Lisa.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Lisa Richardson, Associate General Counsel at the BPDA. I'm before you today to request approval of a third report and decision amendment to the Council of Elders Housing Chapter 121A project, which is known as Council Tower. The third report and decision amendment before you seeks approval of the subdivision of the project site
the creation of the Council Tower Limited Partnership as a new Chapter 121A entity, conveyance of the parcel on which the project is located to the new 121A entity, and new financing for the project. Council Tower was constructed pursuant to an LDA with the BPDA on parcel I-8 in the Washington Park urban renewal area, located at 2875 Washington Street in the Roxbury neighborhood of Boston. It consists of a single building containing 145 residential units for low and moderate income elderly and handicapped persons, with appurtenant facilities, which include a meeting room, recreation room, kitchen, and vending area. The breakdown of the residential units consists of 28 studios, 108 one-bedroom units, 8 units designed for use by handicapped tenants, and 1 non-assisted employee unit. The project was first approved by the BRA on November 3rd, 1983, and a first amendment approving zoning deviations was approved at the same time. Council of Elders Housing Corporation, a Massachusetts nonprofit corporation, was designated as the Chapter 121A entity to own, operate, and manage the project. A second report and decision amendment was approved by the BRA on September 9th, 2004, and that approved a refinancing and renovations to the project. The owner is now requesting that the BPDA approve the establishment of Council Tower Limited Partnership, a Massachusetts limited partnership, as a new 121A entity. The owner is the general partner of the limited partnership and the 0.01% limited partner of the limited partnership. The owner, through its affiliate Forward Inc., a Massachusetts nonprofit corporation, also holds ownership interests in 4 buildings on a 2.9 acre campus in Eggleston Square in Roxbury, known as the Spencer House, Carlton House, Cooper House, and Walnut House. The amendment before you also seeks approval of the subdivision of the project site in anticipation of a planned affordable housing development on the subdivided piece. The Council Tower site will be owned by the new limited partnership, and the affordable housing development site will be owned by the applicant until its anticipated conveyance to a single purpose entity affiliated with the affordable housing development. The project currently has a mortgage from the Massachusetts Housing Finance Agency, and the limited partnership intends to refinance the current $11.8 million MHFA loan with a new approximately $28.8 million loan from Rockport Mortgage, which will be insured by HUD. The Rockport loan will have a 35-year amortization and an annual interest rate of approximately 2.75%. The proceeds of the Rockport loan will be used to pay off the existing MHFA loan and outstanding invoices, and the significant equity takeout of approximately $14.6 million will be distributed to the limited partnership to further the owner and Forward's nonprofit purposes. This will include devoting approximately $10 million towards pre-development and development work on this new affordable housing site, and paying down debt on the owner's other Eggleston Square properties. The limited partnership will continue to use the existing Council Tower project for affordable housing for seniors, and as part of the refinancing, the limited partnership will enter into a HUD regulatory agreement for multifamily housing projects. The limited partnership intends to renew its Section 8 contract for a period of 20 years and has submitted a markup to market Section 8 contract to HUD. I'm joined today, I think she's here, by Cheryl Howard of Crokitis and Bluestein, who's counsel to the owner, and she'll share a few slides just to provide some context on the area and what the equity will be able to do in the area.
Certainly. Thank you, Lisa. Can you hear me? Yes. Terrific. So the next, if you move to the next slide, this just summarizes the relief that we're seeking. As Lisa mentioned, we're seeking to subdivide the existing Council Tower parcel. It's a very large parcel. The subdivision would be to separate the financing on the existing Council Tower site so that when we build the new site, it can have a kind of independent financing. We'd be creating a new 121A entity that is an affiliate of the existing owner. to hold the existing project. We would convey that project site out to that new limited partnership, and we'd be refinancing the existing mass housing loan with a HUD 223F loan from Rockport Mortgage. If you move to the next slide, this just shows the Council Tower building. As you can see, it's a 17-story building. If you go to the next slide, this is the project area. This is just an aerial showing you the project area, and it's the kind of back portion of the lot where the new project would be situated. If you go to the next slide, so the green area is the subdivision that will be the location of the new affordable housing development. And the area that's shaded blue is the area of the existing housing, Council Tower housing development. As you can see, there'll be some cross easements and shared use of the site, but those would be the kind of two areas where the projects would be located. If you go to the next slide, this just shows some of the other properties in the area that are owned by affiliates of Council of Elders. You know, the current project that we're discussing is kind of shown in the northern portion of the slide on your right. And then the other four properties that we have are kind of down below. If you go to the next slide, the next slide will show you just some pictures of our other properties. This is Spencer and Walnut House. And then the next slide is Carlton and Cooper House, just to give you some flavor for that. And then our last slide just describes for you some of the benefits of this proposal. Again, it's going to provide a large amount of equity to get started on the pre-development and development of the new affordable housing. It's going to help us pay off some outstanding debt for our other properties. We're going to use some to defer to take care of some deferred maintenance and repairs, some roof repairs and things of that nature. And then last, we're hoping to have some funds to expand programs and services at our projects. So that is it. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, I will say that definitely had me exercise my my skills here on the limited partnerships and all the financing. So really great memo. Took me a second to get through it, but really think that this is a really great work and excited about this project and what this equity financing is going to be able to do for the city and the residents. So much appreciated. If there are no further questions, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we did the public hearings, and now that brings us to item number 36, personnel. David.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary. There are two policy updates with details in your board memos: an amendment to the vacation leave policy effective April 15th, 2021, and an amendment to the paid parental leave policy effective May 1st. Additionally, I have a disclosure for Director Golden. Director Golden has just filed a disclosure of beneficial interest and determination by his appointing authority pursuant to Massachusetts conflict of interest law. Director Golden and his wife own property near an area in Alston known as Beacon Yard, which is owned by Harvard University. At some point in the future, it's likely that Harvard will seek BPDA regulatory approval for development of the real estate in Beacon Yard. By disclosing his financial interest in this matter, that is, ownership of a residential property near Beacon Yard, the director seeks a determination that his financial interest identified is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the board may expect from him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Item number 37, contractual. Need a motion to pay the bills.
I move we pay our bills.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, director's update. Director Golden, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you, and through you to the members. It's really late. This has been a long one, so I think I'm going to defer my remarks until the next board proceeding in May. Thanks very much, and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, everyone who is still in attendance. We'll see you next month.
I think we have to.
Oh, no, we have to adjourn the meeting. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
I
So
move
sorry.
we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
All right. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everybody.